just spoke at Dartmouth on healthcare at the medical school, or not, I guess I wasn't actually on the campus, but the people from the medical school were at the, I want to be clear, I'm not going nuts. I'm not sure whether it was a medical school or where the hell I spoke, but it was on the campus. I want to thank Rich Fitzgerald, the county executive, Allegheny County executive, for being here. And I propose, and I'm going to digress slightly. We're in a situation. The president asked me to head up a cancer moonshot.
President Biden, just to be clear, would you or would you not rejoin the TPP, yes or no?
I would not rejoin the TTP as it was initially put forward. In Guatemala, El Salvador, and to win and say in Honduras and say, look, I know I'm called middle class, Joe. It's not meant as a compliment. It means I'm not sophisticated. And there's an area where there's an important difference between this and there's an important difference between the candidates. I'm running. The country wasn't built by Wall Street bankers, CEOs, and hedge fund managers. This guy is moving to foment hate. The price for whatever the drug costs are. Well, folks, eliminate one tax loophole out of $1.6 trillion worth, $1.4 trillion worth. Out of $1.4 billion. It's hard to even say it, it's so much. And by the way, it's cost a lot of money. It cost about $740 billion over 10 years. Every single solitary person qualified in community college, increasing the number of 6 to 9 million people. If you like your employer-based policy, you can keep that policy. If you agree with me, go to Joe 30330 and help me in this fight. If you want to be part of this campaign, pick up your phones. Pick up your phone. Now, send a text to the word United to the number 30330. 30330 or 303330. Or VOO. Wait. You got it. It's on the back there. Now he's feeling the pressure of an economy that's teetering on a recession. To say that LGBTQ people have no civil rights. And immediately changed the law in the state of Delaware protecting transgender people. I took on Putin in terms of Iraq. In terms of what was going on in Ukraine. My long friend, time friend, and she's a friend. She's been my friend in and out of public life. It will cost 1/30. 1/30. Costs a lot of money. Almost $740 billion is what I want to do in 10 years. Not $30 trillion. Not $30 trillion. Among many qualified people, I'm the best qualified person for this job. And the reason is not just to help people who have or in fact are like to get Alzheimer's. Because think of what's been adopted. Milton Friedman's notion that the only obligation. That all changed for the Republican friends in the late 80s when they adopted Milton Friedman's notion that the only obligation. We find ourselves in a position where you're in a circumstance where we've adopted Milton Friedman's notion of conservative economists. Now, if in fact you are in a position, what was the case, you worked for Jimmy? That's why we're so special. It took courage. It took resilience. They know who we are. We have to let them know who we are. We can do it, and it's going to take billions of dollars to do it, and we can afford to do it. We can't afford not to do it. Cut in half the number uninsured of the Asian American Pacific Islander community. Cut in half. Don't worry, I'm so serious. Children, I love to hear them. Well, President Trump and the demagogues around the world. Donald Trump is re-elected. Some people are figuring out there's not a damn thing we can do. We can't really set our mind. The single most stressed I was asked to speak to the American Psychiatric Association, to go over to the University of London and speak to the World Psychiatric Association. It's interesting. I just spoke to the International Society of Psychiatric International Organization of Psychiatrists.
This is not a Republican talking point. The Republicans are trying to kill Obamacare.
Union workers, the UAW took incredible cuts in their future. We have $1.6 trillion worth of loopholes in the law.
But I never thought that I'd see what I saw in Charlotte. You know, I came home from law school. Avoid having an excuse to walk by the deal and say, no, I'm not going to be real. I got something to do. I got to go boom, boom, boom. If we just were to reinstill the cafe standards. And I think Secretary, excuse me, I wasn't the press going to say I'm downgrading by calling him Senator Booker. The fact is that the bills that the future president here, that the senator's talking about, I was the one that suggested to the president, President Obama, I don't want to confuse presidents here. Look, we provide a Medicare option. That's exactly what Barack and I talked about in the beginning.
Couldn't get it through, though.
So I couldn't tell anybody but Barack. He's one of my closest friends. Invaded another country and annexed a significant portion of it called Crimea. He's saying that it was my boss, it was his fault. I got assault weapons banned for 10 years. It had to be reauthorized because of hanging chads in Florida. The last president said, no, I'm not going to reauthorize it. We need to work again with Canada and Mexico as neighbors, not as adversaries. Saks or Benettons or Nike or whatever in the market, in their places where the malls.
Donald Trump does pose an extra threat to this. It's not hypothetical.
We could put every one of them in school, cutting in half the cost of a four-year education. Why they do that?
I ran the what they call the moonshot, dealing with cancer, and something after that set up the Biden Cancer Initiative. And here's the point:
the conservative columnist, and they'd say, "You take my shotgun." I said, "I have three. I now have five because my son died, and I have three of his. I have 5 shotguns." So have a mechanism to control drug prices. You know, it's not. We're no longer using chemical-based things. All this thing is really with cancers and other issues relating to the immune system or bioorganic. And by the way, the idea that NATO,
the only people who entitled to rewards are stockholders.
Ladies and gentlemen, he is deliberately and completely ignoring the legitimate authority of Congress, and he's doing what he does with the complicity.
Stop trying to keep your workers organized.
About all these breakthroughs we have with the whole immune system. I want you to know, if you look at PolitiFacts,
we're no longer the wealthiest middle class in the world. It means investing much more in medical research to conquer devastating diseases like cancer and addiction and Alzheimer's. The opportunities are amazing. We are in a position to be able to lead the world like we've never been able to do it before.
I mean, they're not bad folks, but guess what? I found that the secretary, we sat together in many meetings. There's things that are worth dealing with China.
What presidents say matter. We also know we need teachers. My wife is a full-time teacher, taught all during being vice president.
High-quality options. The public option will be available in my plan. We'll make sure it's not quality. We'll make sure it's only affordable. Quality is affordable. Not the end in themselves. Mischaracterizes my position across the board.
Not those of us running for president alone. Not just activists like you.
You know how many tax loopholes there are in the code now? 1 trillion, 640 billion. Eliminate one. How can a person dignity be maintained?
We choose truth over facts.
You ever heard a president of the United States talk about law enforcement like he does today? I oversaw, as chairman of the Judiciary Committee a long time, the FBI. Look what he talks about. But we lead by the example of our power, not just the power, not just the example of power, but the example. We're out there, and it's what we say. By strengthening. We have to eliminate the funding gap that exists between minority white and majority white and non-white districts. The fact of the matter is, I'm awfully sophisticated about why, how, and who built this country. Let me say this simply and clearly. They're not national assets. Wall Street bankers, CEOs, hedge fund managers, how good and decent they are. They're not the ones who built this country. That triumph of democracy and liberalism, of fashion and autocracy. When I got out of school, that when Bobby Kennedy and Dr. King had been assassinated in the 70s, late 70s, when I got engaged.
Welcome to Liv Posting.
I'm not gay. President Xi is my dad. Let that sink in. Serbs are illiterate degenerates. Illiterate degenerates. I'm not gay. President Xi is my dad. Let that sink in. I'm not gay. President Xi is my dad. Let that sink in. I'm not gay. President Xi is my dad. Let that sink in. Banger posts, Mr. Taliban.
Banger post, Mr. Taliban. Welcome to Liv Posting.
Serbs are illiterate degenerates. Illiterate degenerates. I'm not gay. President Xi is my dad. Let that sink in. I'm not gay. President Xi is my dad. Let that sink in. I'm not gay. President Xi is my dad. Let that sink in. Banger posts, Mr. Taliban. Hello everyone, we're back. We're back. How are you all doing? Hold on, fuck. Let me move this around. Shit. God damn it. Once again with another stream. That intro is so good. That theme song. It rocks so much. How are you all doing? Is there an update to the ball thing? No, okay. I couldn't think of another title and I was like, that one's funny. I didn't use it that much yesterday. I'm just still chilling at Hassan's house. Wait, hold on, let me. Where is it? Owned. Caught her ass. I like the addition that she's like a Fed, Katie, because she's a virgin. Like that's FBI shit. Not fucking is Fed shit. I actually agree with that. You started reading Black Sky Mass? Nice. Just transferred your highs to TikTok? Well, yeah, that's true. Of course I did. Obviously. I think I'm sort of bored of TikTok now. I did how many likes? I got like 100,000 likes or so, and I was like, I don't like this. I changed my. Maybe I'll still post on there. I don't know. If you have good Twitch clips that I can post on TikTok, please let me know or put them on the Discord in like the clips section. Like fun ones that people will like, and then people will be like, "Oh, I should go on the stream." Those types of thing. Actually, speaking of TikTok, it's so easy to get clout on TikTok. It's ridiculous. I got 2 videos with 50,000 likes, and I don't even have followers. It's just like purely the algo, because you just like, somewhat funny post with the right hashtags on like a trending sound, so like a sound that everyone's using, and then you just get fucking. I did the Delty clip. Yes, that one's up. We can start with this. Google. Oh yeah.
Really doesn't give a single solitary.
That's so fucking mean. Thank you, Toby. Man, please do that. What? If you Google Liv posting on Google, it's the first couple photos are me, and then it genuinely just is. Yeah, all these are fine. Genuinely just is white women with these glasses. It's so funny, dude. How does that happen? I genuinely don't know how this happens. This is a good clip. Hey, download. Yeah. I genuinely don't know how that happened. Like, how does the algorithm do that? What are they putting in the algo that's making it do this? I'll go to stream discussion. We have a thread there. Oh, thank you. Awesome. Fans are tagging me, but I doubt it. Maybe I guess I can check. This is good. We can start with this. Speaking of TikTok, if you were on the QAnon Anonymous stream we had on Thursday, Travis mentioned this. Travis View, who has like a teenage daughter and has gotten an email about this TikTok trend. Like the email out to all of the families, the students' parents. Just hit the most devious lick. Hello, Pearl. How you doing? It is such a funny fucking trend.
Morning.
Cause I saw it on TikTok and I was like, I wonder how big this is among like actual like high schoolers, and it turns out
it's morning for me. I just woke up and I'm about to put out this video, but I wanted to give a little bit of a disclaimer.
What if I participated? Oh, it's so funny. It's so fucking funny. The problem is like for all the like high school I don't think there are many people in high school that watch the stream. Maybe not. If you have your like identity attached to one of these and it goes viral, your school is like, oh, that's you, and then they suspend you. So it's probably not.
The trend that I'm talking about in this
Paul?
video is not something that anyone should do. If you're doing it,
Stop
you shouldn't be. And,
oh yeah, thanks.
I hope you're,
this is great.
Already aware of that, but I don't want anything in this video to be misconstrued
This is epic.
as me supporting theft, especially from teachers in schools that are criminally underfunded. So I already say this in the video, but the situation has continued to get worse, or at least it's worse since I filmed the video, and I've talked to a lot of teachers, and I've heard tell from students of home.
This is what causes Zoomers to act in the world, is TikTok clout. Everyone is driven by clout now, like literally fucking everyone. That's what happened with QAnon. So many QAnon influencers were like trying to get some breakthrough like clout on like YouTube or another place, and they just started talking about QAnon, and then they just fucking they're cloud goblins. That was such a funny. It's everyone. Everyone is affected by this. It is the way in which we hand out social validation is through these fucking like increasingly through these algorithms. It's very bad news.
Homecomings are being canceled. Some schools are going back into online school because the devious licks trend from TikTok is getting so bad. So I just wanted to say this little piece up front, so that so that you know where I stand, just so that, you know, it contextualizes the rest of this video. I probably say all this stuff already. I probably am repeating myself. I probably didn't.
How is Kitchener Center? How are the polls? Oh, she got endorsed by Talib. Oh, that's cool. Nice. Yeah, I know. I saw with Kingston, it's like just absolutely 100% liberal.
Need to add this, but
There was some discussion of maybe NDP, but it's like no. Oh, right, because the little Canada dropped out.
just
Right.
wanted to do that before it goes live. So enjoy the video. Hello. We have an epidemic on our hands, and it's not the one. It's not like. It's probably not what you think. It has come to my attention. There is a hot new trend on TikTok that's just stealing from school.
Oh wow, this is crazy. So I'm looking at Kitchener. This is the Nate Silver of Canada. It really is a fucking. That's such a. I've never. You see the. I've never seen this in a riding, honestly, because I guess it's a very unique circumstance given the Lib dropout. Just Conservative, Green, NDP being like the same. They got a chance. Wild. Sorry, this is not.
That's the trend. It's theft, and it's a.
It is like, if we're being honest, it's very funny. The Liberal is gonna go down, transfer to Green or NDP.
A lot more interesting than I was expecting. So I posted on my second channel asking if there were any trends right now that I should know about on the internet, and people were like, talk about devious licks. And I was like, that sounds what is that? It has a very strange name. And it turns out, you know, for those who don't know, a lick could be like something that you stole. It could be that your spoils. Devious, you know what that means. It just means you were a little ne'er-do-well. You were a little devil. So kids are stealing from school. It's become an epidemic, and it has escalated to a.
I got it. Does he play the song? Because the song is so cool. Let me just show you all what a. Let's get a good one. Let me find a real one. Cause they're meta now, the devious lick TikToks. It's like a ironic.
Hey man, you already know who it is. Your boy Lil B. Hey man, it's that Hoop Life mixtape. This that pretty boy music. If you on the streets, man, you in the gutter, man, you got bitches, slap this. You feel me? Fucking your hoe.
That's the song. I feel like that's important as a context.
Level that is pretty extreme, because stealing from school has been a thing since the beginning of time. Stealing various.
I remember in like my first year of well, Lil B is problematic, so I will not say that. He's canceled. Isn't he like a pedophile? He was like messaging minors and shit. It does. This is the thing. The nefarious music makes it so much funnier.
Hey man, you already know who it is. Your boy Lil B. Hey man, it's that Hoop Life mixtape. This that pretty boy music. If you
No. All right, we're not done.
Accoutrement is no new thing. But what is new is the clout, I guess, that can be gained from it, and thus we have a trend on our hands.
Oh yeah, in first year of university, in like the dorm rooms, sometimes just like drunk guys, like during the weekends, would go to different dorms, and sometimes their own, and then just like punch. You know the ceiling that has like, it's not like styrofoam, but it's like a board that's placed into. There's like different boards. You know what I'm talking about? They would just punch them. The drop ceiling, they would just punch and break them. Like just a whole fucking row of just hit. There's like
It all started with this TikTok.
The trend began on September 6th
just
when a
breaking
TikToker
shit.
posted a video pulling a hand sanitizer dispenser from a backpack alongside the text,
See.
only a month into school, and got this absolute devious lick, as if
Because that's a funny fucking TikTok.
celebrating school's return with the steal.
All right, so like the narration wasn't Wasn't super necessary, but the original TikTok has been deleted. The account is gone.
Smart.
That
That's
was just
smart.
a martyr for the cause. So the first devious lick
It's probably a good idea. You don't want to be the guy that started this.
is a lick because they stole something, and devious because in a pandemic they chose to steal soap.
Yeah, that is.
Devious indeed. So the first one of these videos sets the stage for the rest of them. You're often seeing someone feverishly opening a JanSport backpack and pulling out what they stole. That would send shockwaves throughout the TikTok high schooler community. There are now thousands of these TikToks. And I get it. You just spent 2 years distance learning, separated from your friends and any other social interaction.
If my mom knows what this means, she sometimes watches my streams, actually. I hope she's not watching right now. That's how you know it's like,
other than your family.
she's not a teacher,
the
no, but like I have younger siblings. Or I guess sibling in high
world
school.
is seemingly ending. You can't do anything about it. Not to mention, other than the pandemic, we're constantly talking about how we don't have much time on this earth if we don't take care of it. So you want to take out that frustration, and sometimes you take out that frustration by stealing an expo marker from school and talking about it as if you were a criminal mastermind. What's funny about these is
why would you make this? What, Todd? I don't know, Todd, did you make this? Or what would possess you to do this? I just want to know. What? How did you? Where are you in your life?
The petty theft, but the fact that people are bragging about it publicly, and also the gall to brag about it publicly, because if it goes viral, that's cool, you got the clout, but also you're gonna get caught. I would never do something like this because I'm a complete square. but I totally do understand.
It's like the healthy version of this is in like your undergrad, where you're like, oh, there's a fucking traffic cone, let me take it. I
want to show you a few more of these so that you get an idea of the trend as a whole. Second week and we hitting an absolutely disrespectful lick. Devil emoji. Safety scissors. I stole the scissors that are useful for cutting construction paper and other arts and crafts from school. Ain't nobody cutting paper safely on my watch. So you've got your run-of-the-mill stuff like soap dispensers and bathroom mirrors. But then it starts to get into the more high-ticket items, like a projector or a smart board or a microscope. Oh, you're gonna call my parents because I stole something? You can't. I stole the phone. Good luck having a conference call now, losers. So, stealing signs, that's pretty common. The most devious part here is stealing the high voltage sign. I feel like that's a little bit of a hazard.
Oh,
damn. Now people are going to speed through the school zone.
They're trying to destroy the prison apparatus, but little do they know that they're recapitulating to the society of control, in which all data accumulation is connected to the institution of the school and goes back to it.
It's devious. No, someone can get...
They forgot to read postscripts on the Society of Control by Deleuze. They only read Foucault.
Hurt. Are those battery powered? I honestly had no idea. I never considered it. Honestly, not a lot of people talk about how this trend is educational. So then you get into the more expensive stuff. You've got the projector. You've got the microscope, of course. And then you get into the
Yeah, I want to say like the room for... There's not much room for political commentary here. Insofar as it's like, there's a certain respect, and it's like, yeah, they're just fucking kids being stupid. There is a thing of like clout clout moving so many people to do dumb shit. Oh, I know, Toy Man. I'm not talking about you.
I don't even know what to call this. Just straight up vandalism. So this is one where maybe someone took the whole sink. I don't know how they would have gotten away with it without someone seeing them carrying a sink. It's not really something that fits in a backpack. More likely, I feel like this is less a devious lick and more like a devious routine maintenance. So the children are our future. This is the next generation, and they're making fantastic decisions.
Yeah,
I went ahead and
kids were already doing this just for like their boys, like laughing at them and thinking they're cool when they're drunk. But now it's like turned into like a content thing, you know.
blurred this person's face out, but they didn't.
They didn't.
So,
yeah, I mean that's.
I'm looking out for you, but don't do it again. What are you doing? What are you doing? People are getting more and more dramatic. They're further away from the backpack. They're opening up the backpack more violently. They're having fun with it. They're playing with it. Another thing to point out here is the escalation of the language. Obviously, devious lick is said in jest. Then you got another profoundly scandalous lick. My personal favorite. Merely 2 fortnights in summer's in, and I hath performed a truly malevolent lick.
It's a fucking I mean, I guess
we've
that's
escalated
useful.
so far in the devious licks arms race that I feel nothing looking at somebody stealing a clock.
Yeah,
that's baby stuff.
That's crazy.
Did somebody really steal a street light?
Probably
I
not,
don't know.
but
It's
who
even gotten to
knows?
the point where people just take TikToks of things they want to steal. Ooh, damn, that smartboard making me want to act up.
It's very like it is, you know, especially with how underfunded schools are. It's bad, but it's very funny.
First of all, the Oxytron 3000. Your caption needs work. Devious lick from school. That's it's a little too direct. You gotta be.
It's like an
You gotta be
algorithm
flowery
with
with
that.
it. And
Very
then
basic.
just toilet paper. Steal the toilet next time. Stealing toilet paper is just a regular crime. You know we all
that's
did
just
that
like, oh, I need toilet paper
at the beginning of the pandemic. Just me.
There's no. The point of this is that it's nonsense. It isn't for it's property damage, but for no purpose whatsoever. Just for an entire disregard for the school system and rules.
See, this is the good
There's
stuff.
no-
You steal the dispenser and then you dispense. It's a way of asserting dominance over.
Become ungovernable. We need to extend this more broadly. It needs to. That's the thing. If it was like just hit the most devious lick from Walmart, and it's like you have food that you're giving out to homeless people that you got from it.
over the lick.
That's what we need to challenge this into. It's just a wall.
I don't even. Oh, they took the divider. Yeah, the divider's gone. And then it finally reaches a boiling point where the schools have to respond.
Oh, let's see. Sorry. This actually. So this is a report from Vancouver. In my school, my high school that I went to, of about 1,000 people, so far one kid stole a microwave, and another kid stole a projector. Yes, there's a letter from the district. It has come to our attention that students at various secondary schools have been participating in a TikTok challenge that targets school property. Do they mention the phrase devious lick? No, they don't. Oh, that's really disappointing.
The antics of a few. Unfortunately,
Yeah, it's like a problem. It's a like it's a. This is the thing. This is because this is an American. This shows you how connected I think Canadian students are, especially now. Like this is an American thing, right? But it's totally also
we have
Canadian.
had to close the
There's
purple
no.
bathroom for the boys. We don't have soap in any of the boys' restrooms, nor do we have any more soap dispensers. You will not be able to thoroughly wash your hands. When we touch you, there will be consequences. Please stop this behavior now. Thank you. Have a lovely weekend.
The least believable have a lovely weekend of all time. This poor school, it has nothing left. This is like one of the first responses I saw from the school.
It's the rejection of the commodity form, but for no reason. It's just for its own sake. There's no.
But then I wanted to learn more. I wanted to see what the students on the ground were actually experiencing with this trend, as well as the teachers who are seemingly.
Well, not because those things aren't for sale. There's no, like, it's a public. I guess it's a main sort of interface that young people interact with, or institution that young people interact with. Many of whom hate it.
More impacted, or at least could shed some light as to how the school as a whole is impacted. So I tweeted about this, asking for people to DM me their stories. And other than one guy who just said a cop wrote this, I did get a lot of responses. I got
yeah, that makes sense. Poop monger, thank you for the insight, poop monger. That's like the point Zizek makes. I think that it depends how one is stealing. Right? Again, it's like if it's done for the sake of mutual aid and redistribution based on need, that I think that his analysis works. But I think if you look at, like, the example that Zizek gives, for instance, is like the London riots, where it was a frustration at people's, like, living standards in their life, and, you know, a rightful one, but it was recapitulated entirely to consumerism, of just like, well, I want more consumer products.
Too many responses, actually. I can't even read all the responses that I got, but what I learned from this is that a resounding this is happening at a lot of people's schools. The sentiment among students is a bit varied. A lot of people find it funny, and a lot of people find it an inconvenience, as you might, especially if you enjoy going to the bathroom. Yeah, the trends at my school. There's legit no soap dispensers. How does that make you feel? This is maybe my favorite response is to, like, the general sentiment I was hearing. I mean, it's funny until it gets to your school. Like, I'm just trying to wash my hands. Some of these antics are unverifiable. Like, I've seen official emails from schools and stuff, but some of the stories that people are sending me, I have no way of knowing whether or not they're real, but they are funny. Some kid went to use the restroom and came back without a shoe, like someone robbed his shoe while he was sitting in the stall. He had to call his dad to drop off new shoes. I would have just gone home with that.
God damn it, dude. Yeah, you gotta go home. Oh, is the Foucault talking about stealing? Can you send that to me?
That's not so much a devious lick as it is ruining Darren's day. I heard this a couple of times. People at my school tried to steal a urinal, but they couldn't get it off and just flooded the bathroom instead. This person went on to say that they had to close down the bathrooms, and that's, you know, backed up by some of the announcements that we were hearing. I was just like, what are you supposed to do now? And they said, hold it in, I guess. That's not the answer that you want to hear. Every soap dispenser is gone, 10 Chromebooks stolen, 2 tops of the urinals disappeared, 1 stall door. Every person who works in the front office had their name tag stolen, and a chair in the choir. And that's just the high school. I don't know what else they're referring to. Like, is there a middle school that's also affected? Have the students also come to their personal home and started stealing things as well? I truly got too many of these to read. So if you sent me your story about devious licks, thank you very much. And I'm sorry that you had to deal with that. Somebody stole a framed picture of my pre-calc teacher's family off her desk. Dude, absolutely devious lick. I stole a family heirloom. That's actually just straight up a John Mulaney joke also. Yeah, I'm a middle school teacher. All the soap dispensers from the boys' bathrooms have been stolen. I've resorted to keeping my room camera permanently on to ensure none of the books I bought with my own money for students to read get stolen. I'm personally pro-vandalism in order to cause trouble and stick it to an administration/school district that bleeds money to malicious textbook companies and dumb technology rather than putting that money towards things that help students. But I want to protect my personal investments and I want students to wash their hands, so I'm torn. I thought that was a really interesting perspective from a teacher because, you know, there is some angle to sticking it to the administration. And I do know that, you know, of these issues where, you know, have you seen the price of textbooks? It of course does get to a point that's a little untenable. And public schools, especially in the United States, are like criminally underfunded. when I was in school, that would eat into the budget such that teachers had to supply a lot of things in their class with their own money. Like, for example, staples. I remember my psychology teacher being like, they won't pay for us to have staples, so I had to bring my own staples. My fear, being completely uneducated about this trend, would just be that as the school has to sink more money into repairing the damages from the licks that are devious, it could exacerbate that problem and take away even more of the budget the teachers have to do things. I don't know. That's just a thought. Yeah. Another take from a teacher that was really interesting is whether or not kids should even be in school right now, given the state of COVID, and pointed out that it would be really funny if this was the reason that kids were sent home and not the global pandemic. That's more food for thought. Here's a sad one. Just started as a math teacher, LMAO. Good thing about my class is that we're so underfunded there are no devious licks to hit. That's so sad. You want to at least have some devious licks to hit. It's a math class. You could steal some numbers. I had one kid in my class.
I'm gonna steal 2. Just in
today who ripped a soap dispenser out of the bathroom at this weekend's football game. I told him to return it or I'd have to report him, and he looked at me like I was some horrible narc. It's hard being the cool teacher when there's licks to hit, I guess. At my school, basically every boy's bathroom has either a mirror, paper towel, toilet paper dispenser, or even sink stolen. One of my friends took our teacher's car emblem thing. He has a Honda, so he didn't care. Fucking eat your heart out, Honda. Apparently.
Just hit the most devious lick.
Dude, freaking roasted Honda's ass. Oh yeah, here's another, image of just doors hanging from a school. It's like the end of the world.
I mean, some of this is also this is pretty fucking bad. This is an inconceivable trend from when I was going to high school. Things are I feel like I'm pretty things are radically different. When did I finish high school? 2015. This is I can't fucking imagine something like this. I guess a lot of students are also just fucking frustrated. People are uneasy.
That's what this meme.
I'm sure people's relationship with the school is worse. Did I graduate early? No. How old do you think I am?
Feels like it's just everybody's.
This is so weird. People never get my age right. They either think I'm 30 or I'm 18 or 19. It's never 23, which is my age. It's either you're only 23. Wait, you're 23? I thought you were way younger. I don't understand how that works. I don't.
It's just complete.
That doesn't make sense. If people are wait, I thought you were older than 23, I should also not have to get carded. I got carded recently, and the girl was 98? I thought you were way younger than that. What the fuck?
Anarchy. I also received a number of school-wide emails that were sent out in response to the devious licks trend, and most of them say exactly what you would expect. There's vandalism in the boys' restrooms. We've had to shut them down in order to repair.
No, 1998. The date. The only one that doesn't see this as a new development. Yeah, I think it's way worse than it normally is, though. Yeah, I'm 98 years old. That's what it is. Because, yeah, this isn't new. Absolutely not. But I think that it seems to be way worse and not localized. But yeah, no, it's absolutely nothing new.
Repair them. It costs the school valuable resources, time and money, limited. It kind of speaks to what I was saying about the risks of the licks, the licks risks, the risks of the licks. Another funny thing is that in pretty much 100% of the school-wide emails, TikTok is spelled incorrectly. It has come to our attention that there is a recent TikTok trend. Interesting choice to include the C on tick but not on talk. Circulating that encourages students to take/steal things from their school and then post to the TikTok social media app. They're all threatening legal action in addition to school action, which makes sense. I mean, how do you expect the schools to respond? My favorite response from a school is someone sent me just the morning announcements from one of the high schools where the principal had to address this. First of all, it's hilarious because I haven't seen morning announcements since I was a child. It's funny to see the American flag and be led through the Pledge of Allegiance. Why do we do the Pledge of Allegiance at school? A little weird.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America.
That is fucking weird, dude. What a strange country.
So a lot of this, first of all, I can't show because I don't want to identify the school. So I'm going to blur a lot. This entire thing might be blurred. I just want to illustrate that this is a trend to which school administrators feel like they have to respond, and this is like one of my favorite responses, but I don't want to put the school on blast. The reason that the principal's response is so funny to me is that they use an argument that no student is going to relate to. No student is going to hear this argument and go, yeah, actually, I am going to stop like hitting devious licks from my school. And it starts with the football game.
Coming out, showing their spirit at the football game. Great student section. Tons of kids were there. Very respectful. And a lot of good sportsmanship being shown.
Very respectful, tons of sportsmanship being shown. The emphasis on this, will become clear very shortly.
Unfortunately, while that was going on, there was also very disrespectful behavior happening at the football game and last week in school in our bathrooms. What I'm talking about is damage being done, okay?
These gay bathhouses.
What I want to ask students is, what kind of school do you want to attend? Do you want to...
Sounds like the start of a Joe Biden rant. There's very devious things going on in the bathrooms.
Happening at the football game and last week in school in our bathrooms. What I'm talking about is damage being done, okay? What I want to ask students is, what kind of school do you want to attend? Do you want to attend a school where you have school spirit and
were there gay people in the bathrooms having sex?
Are respectful and they're happy to be here?
No,
or do you want to go to a place where you have to sign in and out of the bathroom to go to the bathroom? You may be saying to yourself, what can I do? Mr. Wheeler, I don't know what to do. Well, if you see something, say something. Can you please show that slide? If you see anything that's being done to the school or someone stealing anything in the school.
I've seen this from a bunch of schools. They're setting up anonymous tip lines so that people can snitch on who is hitting those diabolical devilish licks. And yeah, I've heard a number of things, from bathrooms being closed, having to sign into bathrooms, having the bathrooms being locked. I guess just in general not being able to access or use the bathroom, which is probably is not the best thing. It is so funny to me that you would sacrifice your ability to go to the bathroom for clout, but that's the path that we've chosen here with this trend. The reason that I don't think this argument is going to connect with many students is that I don't know who cares about school spirit. I just don't know if it's a motivator. Like, it's fun to like go to pep rallies and to like say the chants and to like wear the school colors and stuff, but I don't know if anybody who's posting on TikTok is going to be like, you're right, school spirit. You know what? You can have the exit sign back. I've actually reflected on this, and the microscope is yours again. But yeah, that's pretty much like what I wanted to talk about with this trend. It's very interesting because there is definitely a funny side to it. Like these videos are pretty funny, but then
there's a certain respect in which, like, I don't know. Yeah, I mean, it is clearly people gaining joy.
Obviously, there's the dark side, and people are always going to take something like this too far. This kind of thing has been happening for a long time. We just weren't broadcasting it on TikTok. Even weirder stuff happened when I was in school. Maybe I'll share some of those stories sometime. I've seen, like, dozens of people stealing soap dispensers. It's just like not even it doesn't affect me anymore. So I feel like
if anything, it just shows how much clout affects people, particularly young people, or maybe not even particularly young people. How much people are moved by clout.
It'll run its course, and things will be
Everyone
back
loves
to
it so
normal.
much.
But it is a weird little moment in internet history that we're witnessing. If you're taking part in this, I'm not going to tell you what to do because I would have no ability to do that. Understand the risk.
The one Foucault interview book I read was Foucault Against Himself, and it was three people who were around Foucault in his lifetime. It was very interesting.
Of what you're doing. It's like I'm not going to sit here and celebrate it, but I am kind of going to laugh along with the internet as long as nobody gets hurt. Come to think about it, the fact that I'm talking about it probably means that it's not even cool anymore. It's become mainstream. Uh-oh, I ruined the fun.
I think it's still fun. It's a little old, I think. It's the fucking the thing in what's William Gibson's novel? Fuck, the classic one. Where just like cultures end in like 3 days. That's our reality now. Neuromancer.
So sorry, everyone. It's been a pleasure. Goodbye.
Dites écrites. Sayings and writings, I guess. Is it not in? Oh, is it not translated into English, that book, or is it only in? Is it only like Foucault in French? Oh, this is funny. Just it the most gentle and virtuous yields. Which again is just content, by the way. The point of this is that it's funny. All of this is done, everything about this is done because it's funny. Both the good parts and the bad parts. There's no... Let me see if there's more. Yeah, basically. It's all very strange. Oh, this one's cool. This is such a cool ad. Wait, I watched the full one actually. We watched it on QAnon Anonymous. Where is it? Roger Taylor Greene ad. Socialism. I don't think this is it. There we go. Let me find it. Oh, I don't. Maybe it was taken down.
Nancy Pelosi is sneaking the Green New Deal into the $3.5 trillion budget.
Oh, thank
and
you.
in 2022, I'm going to blow away the Democrat socialist agenda.
So what do you think she's shooting? If you know, don't say it, because that's fucking lame. What do you think she's shooting? Weibo Pleb, thank you for the tier 1. Thank you. It's Joe Biden. That's a good guess. That was cut out of Biden was my first guess. AOC. Oh, does it say on the thing? Oh, okay. Never mind. It's a Prius and it says socialism on it. You're right. I didn't read the thing. It says it on this. I'm glad you all didn't read it either. Yeah, which is hilarious because it's like, that's not... First off, so this is a gun giveaway. Look at how much that... Look at the fucking kickback. Yeah, and it explodes, which is not how that works. That's not how that... You can't do that. And that's... She's giving away that gun. Oh yeah, someone wanted me to play this. That's good. Thank you. What is this? What's this ad?
Think you get one Brian Kemp, Governor? Number one, boom, mushroom cloud in your own backyard. It ain't a thou shimmer, it's a hill shimmer. Number two, you get.
I don't get. What is the reference to this? The tweet's deleted. Is it a political ad? I guess it is. Wait, let me. Anyways, Nikki is going after Vosh. You mean like the? I don't. Who's Nikki? Like the politician? Oh, Nicki Minaj? You spelled Nikki wrong. What? Okay, why did that happen? Oh no.
Why are you so talking about this phone? How do you tell me you get zero people without telling me you get zero people?
Why did you say every single motherfucking black woman in America talks the exact same way? The exact same fucking way. Why did you say that?
I know you probably don't actually care that much about the answer, but I didn't actually say that.
I said, hold up, wait a minute, something ain't right.
Because every single motherfucking black woman in America talks the exact same way. The exact same fucking way.
Oh, so this is like a Barb account going into Vosh. How did this happen? Where did this start? Where did this start? Oh, is it just this? Yeah, I mean the people, Nikki fans going after Barb's going after people for responding to Nikki and her bad take. It's just like a very good example of like it's such a strange thing for you to post about all day. Like yeah, like why is I mean, I guess no one has anything to do. I don't know what's going on either. I don't think there's anything that's actually going on. Alright, let's look at Canadian election stuff.
It's crunch time for the federal parties. 3 days from now, Canadians go to the polls, and in the final stretch, the main leaders are blitzing the ridings they need to keep and the ridings they think they can flip. Where do the parties stand right now? Well, Eric Grenier is the author and publisher of the Writ.ca, and he's running the CBC's poll tracker. Okay, Eric, final weekend. How are things looking?
They're still looking very, very close in the polls between the Liberals and the Conservatives. So let's look at where the two parties stand in our poll tracker. This is an aggregation of all the polls that are out there. Right now, we still have the Liberals ahead of the Conservatives, but it is a very small gap. 31.6% for the Liberals, 31% for the Conservatives. The New Democrats, they're standing right now at 20%, really where they've been throughout this campaign. Both the Bloc Québécois and the People's Party are now at 6% nationally. The Greens are at 3%. But despite the fact that we have this very close race in the popular vote, in the
Trudeau got the Clinton kiss of death. Yeah. And then Bernie endorsed Singh, obviously, which makes sense.
Seat count, the Liberals do have the advantage. So if we took a look at where those numbers stand right now, it is 153 seats for the Liberals, so down from the last election, but only just a little bit. Same thing for the Conservatives at 118, down from 121 in the last election. The New Democrats are poised to make some gains, 37, Bloc Québécois at 29, 1 for the Greens and 0 for the People's Party. This gap between the Liberals and the Conservatives in the seat count, it's because of how it splits across the country.
Yeah, and as you talk about splitting across the country, of course, when we look regionally, that's where you start to see those big variations.
Yeah, we'll go from east to west. We'll start in Atlantic Canada. This is one of the areas where the Liberals have their biggest lead. It is the place where they have their biggest lead in the country over the Conservatives. They're right now at 42.5% support. They've actually increased the margin between them and the Conservatives over the last couple of weeks. It had gotten a lot closer in the region. The New Democrats are at 19%, the People's Party at 6%, and the Greens at 3%. Another place where the Liberals have a lead, it is in Quebec. Quebec. They've been able to hold this lead throughout the election. The Liberals are right now at 34%. The Bloc Québécois is at 28%. We did see their numbers come up after the English language debate, but the momentum that they seem to be building seems to have stalled. The Conservatives have dropped down to 18%. The New Democrats are at 12%, and the People's Party is at 4%. This is actually the People's Party's worst province. It's also
That's
where
funny.
Maxime Bernier is running for a seat. If we go over to Ontario.
Yeah, he's not getting that fucking seat. You gonna join Lake? Who the fuck is Lake?
This is another key for the Liberal seat advantage because they have about a 5-point lead right now over the Conservatives at 37% to 32% for the Conservatives. The New Democrats, though, still have a lot of the vote, 21%. The People's Party at 6%. The Conservatives would certainly like a lot of that. And the Greens at 3%.
Yeah. I think so. I think we were talking about that.
Now, if
I
we
will
look
also be streaming on my own accounts, I think.
to where the Conservatives have an advantage, the Prairies, Saskatchewan and Manitoba, 41% right now for the Conservatives. The NDP is in second, 24.5%, 20% for the Liberals, and 10% for the People's Party. This is actually their best region in the country. In Alberta, this is where the Conservatives have their most support.
Of course, 10% in fucking Alberta.
And also where they're running up the numbers and why they might be
Or no,
competitive in the popular vote nationwide.
I
but
guess
not
that was Manitoba and Saskatchewan, right? Oh, yeah.
in the seat count. 48% right now for
I
the
guess that makes
Conservatives,
sense.
22% for the NDP, they're in second place, 18% for the Liberals, and 9% for the People's Party. Again, a big chunk of the vote that the Conservatives would like to have. Finally, in British Columbia, we'll be waiting all night to see what the results will be there, because look how close it is. 31% for the Conservatives, 31% as well for the NDP. The Liberals have fallen back a little bit, 25%. The Greens are at 7% and the People's Party at 5%.
Okay.
Actually, I want to see. I'm curious about the change in British Columbia.
Looking at those seat projections, it seems to me very close to the parliament that we've had at dissolution. So how do things compare to 2019?
Yeah, they don't really look all that different. If we look at where
No, the NDP can't win. No, there's no chance whatsoever.
things stood on election night back in
They
2019,
can gain more seats,
you'll
though.
see there's not a huge amount of variation from where they are now. It was 34 to 33 for the Liberals, a very small gap. 16 for the NDP, the Greens at 6.5, and the People's Party 1.6. But if we compare that to where it is right now, you see that the gap between the Liberals and the Conservatives pretty much identical. The New Democrats are a lot higher, but they were polling higher at the end of that campaign. They actually underperformed their polls. And the biggest shift one of the biggest shifts has been for the People's Party, 6.3% now.
Oh, you said it. Oh, you literally said. Oh, sorry. I didn't see that.
From 1.6. So not a...
Go interview where he talks about the time he stole a book. In the interviews, he didn't steal much the first time. It was a book around high school, and he was stressed. I relate to that. And he said workers stealing a supermarket is only retribution for the extraction value by the capitalists. When was that in Foucault?
A lot of change in the Liberal Conservative numbers, some changes for the others, and the big question is, what is that going to do for the seat count? That those Green votes, where are they going to go? People's Party, are they going to hurt the Conservatives? And the NDP, are they going to hold on to those voters that maybe in 2019 decided at the last moment they needed to vote for the Liberals to keep Andrew Scheer out of the Prime Minister's office?
Okay, of course, all of these are projections. All of this is from polling. So what are the things that could make a difference between now and Election Day? What kind of factors?
Well, there's two major things. One would be just turnout. The fact that older people tend to vote for the Conservatives. Younger people are supporting in this election the NDP. Also, the People's Party does better among younger voters than they do older voters. So will...
That's very funny. People's Party is a Zoomers party.
The fact that turnout is higher among older voters have an impact on the results that the polls aren't going to pick up. And the other thing would be that strategic vote. Will those NDP voters...
It's literally all the groypers, yeah.
...voters stay with the NDP or go over to the Liberals? And will those People Party voters stick with the PPC or try to go over to Erin O'Toole to block Justin Trudeau? Strategic voting is usually a thing we only think about on the left. This is, since the 1990s, the first election where it's also happening on the right.
Yeah.
Fascinating stuff. We'll have to see what happens Monday. Eric, thanks so much.
Thank you.
Hi, I'm Vashi Capellos, host of Power in Politics. See more of our show by subscribing to the CBC News channel or click the link
Sounds
for
like
another
early
video.
stuff. Okay, yeah. Well, I guess none of this is too much of a surprise. Pretty much where things are before. But I think maybe the NDP are getting a bit of ground. Hey, Chelsea, how you feeling? Look at the dislike count. Or do people hate that?
It is...
Oh, I wonder, why are people disliking this? Like, shit, I hope you feel better soon. Everyone prayers up. I'm curious about this. The CBC poll is trust fear, which is hilarious because yeah, it's aggregate data. Wait, why are they? It's like a bad cold, Sag. Yeah. I'm confused. Why are people mad about this specifically? Oh, you could go my PPC candidates. Oh, it's because they want the PPC to win.
It is crunch.
It's also very funny. What was this account?
It is crunch time.
How is that? This is such a perfect explanation of the PPC. Oh no, wait, never mind. He's currently pulling a 29 in Edmonton. There's no PPC if you so this is people disliking this who are pro PPC, I guess. Oh, it's just because they didn't talk about the PPC. Yeah, I mean that is the idea that the PPC is like a spoiler is really funny. But what inevitably happens is they just fucking merge. Because the conservatives have merged before. Remember they mentioned in the 90s how there was like strategic voting for conservatives. They'll just do that again, and so the one conservative party will be, or maybe they won't. Maybe PPC is too radical. But who knows? Yeah, that's probably what's happening. Oh yes.
During the final push of a close race, Justin Trudeau focusing his attention on progressive voters.
That also brings us to this moment in the election campaign when progressives across the country are finding themselves having to make a choice.
Trudeau still hitting a central campaign theme that Conservative leader Erin O'Toole is a threat to a progressive agenda.
And we know the Liberal Party is the only party that can stop the Conservatives and form a progressive government.
But at campaign stops in southern Ontario today, Trudeau also playing defense against the NDP.
So
I love the word progressive. It's such a cool word.
I'm calling on all of you, progressives across London, across the country.
Trudeau trying to get NDP supporters to vote strategically, framing it as the only way to keep his main rival.
Do you think radicals merging is a takeover? Well, it would affect the party. It would make the party worse than if the BBC never existed.
O'Toole out of office, and arguing his party now has the best plan when it comes to climate change, affordable housing, and daycare.
There's no more delay.
I'm so surprised that the NDP didn't have a response to the fucking. You have a D minus, like the accusation of the NDP of like a D minus rating, a 2 out of 10 by experts on the climate stuff.
You can both vote for the best party to prevent O'Toole from becoming
Canadians don't have ranks. No, it's first past the post, baby.
Prime Minister, and the party with the best and most ambitious plan on the things that matter to progressives.
Trudeau promised reform, but then he realized that first past the post benefits him, so he didn't do it. I know that recently he said that he would be open to electoral reform if he got into office again, which is very funny. And that, my friends,
is the Liberal Party of Canada.
His hope to peel off NDP voters that could hurt the Liberals in some close ridings.
Perhaps a bit of desperation, certainly a bit of strategery, because it's necessary. But I think it's a result of the fact that maybe even in their internals, they are seeing that the NDP vote might be stickier this time.
Today, a progressive push coming from some star power in the U.S. Former U.S. Secretary of State Hillary Clinton endorsing Trudeau. That move a day after former U.S. President.
We love a good progressive push from the girl boss Hill Dog.
And Barack Obama did the same. There are just 2 full days of campaigning left. Ashley Burke, CBC News.
Nothing but facts, dude.
Hamilton.
I see nothing but facts. Anyways. So yeah, Canada's doing great.
Here's
What else can we watch? Oh yes, Dave Rubin shit. Oh no, wait, did we already watch this? No, we did. Dislike ratio. Oh, actually, yeah, I want to see what the comments are saying. Oh yes. No, they disabled them. That's so fucking lame. Oh, let's get some Greg Gutfield now that it's literally in my. Are you requested something? Oh, let me see. Oh yeah, this is pretty long. This is good.
Keep clapping. Happy Friday, everyone, or as Kat likes to call it, why am I in handcuffs? So something weird is going on, this vaxxed versus unvaxxed narrative, as if they're jousting in the park like a low-rent version of medieval times, like it's something you could bet on with your bookie. Is it real? I mean, we're Americans with families, and within families there are disagreements, from sports to politics to health, to even easier choices like, should we put mom in assisted living or on a blow-up mattress in the garage? I'm laughing at mom in the garage. In your family, there might be someone who smokes, or worse, doesn't smoke. Or they might have voted for Bernie Sanders.
Dang.
Maybe they get
Facts.
coffee enemas
It's
because
cringe.
Gwyneth Paltrow said so. A shout out to Ducey. We all laugh at this, but we're respectful. Yet there's an us versus them narrative being pushed by the White House and the media, and they sound identical. It's like when someone shows up at a party dressed exactly like another guest, and everybody asks, hey, did you two call each other? It's exactly what we should be asking Jen Psaki and Don Lemon. Here's Joe.
That's not how you pronounce it, right? It's not Saki. That's definitely not how you say it. Right?
Americans are still unvaccinated, and because of that, their communities are at risk. Many of us are frustrated with the nearly 80 million Americans who are still.
Oh, it is? Okay, it's not like the guy who wrote Settlers. Jen Sakai, the mythology of the white proletariat.
Still not vaccinated. We have the tools to combat COVID-19, and a distinct minority of Americans are keeping us from turning the corner. What more is there to wait for? What more do you need to see? We've been patient.
Oh yeah, what are they gonna
Our
say about
patience
this?
is wearing thin.
This is from a guy who was wrong on everything. Here's the media.
I'm going to read out tonight with a message to Republicans. Okay, we get it. COVID is the precious, and you love it. You love COVID so much you want it to spread in the schools, at the office, in the Walmart, on the cruise ships, and at the club. Most of the people I know who are vaccinated are irritated and really impatient at this point with those who are refusing for whatever reason to do this easy thing to save us from this nightmare pandemic.
The people who are not getting vaccines, who are believing the lies on the internet,
Is this presented
science,
as bad?
it's time to start shaming
You're
them. What
making
else?
her
Or leave them behind. Because they are keeping.
Which again is very fucking stupid to just shame someone. I really do, but like, either you literally force someone to get the vaccine, or you get them to decide to do it because they want to.
The majority of Americans behind.
Those are the two
he's
options.
But what a ginned up conflict. These creeps are like America's gym teacher forcing us to play shirts and skins dodgeball when what we really want to do is play spin the bottle. It makes you wonder about the other conflicts you saw on TV. For example, was there really a conflict between all black people and police? Or was it largely a narrative created for eyeballs and angst?
What does this have to do with getting your vaccine, Gutfeld?
Eyeballs and angst. I think I saw them open for 9 Inch Nails. Or how about rich versus poor? What if the poor don't hate the rich? They just want to be rich, and the rich would be thrilled to help because it's not a zero-sum game. But where are the ratings in that?
I'm just so... Is it poor versus rich? Or is it that the poor would want to be rich and that the rich are happy to help them also become rich? What does that mean?
You don't have breaking news every time a plane lands safely, but put 2 passengers beating the living
But take 2 planes and head them towards 2 very large buildings in New York and
out of each other on that plane, then come talk to me. Or how about gender? Do men and women really hate each other? Or are gender differences what make men and women irresistible to each other?
What the fuck are you talking about, man?
At least that's the case with my female fans.
That's why guys want to fuck girls, is because they're different. Yeah, I don't know if that's how that works.
Grannies can't get enough of this. Call me grannies. But if you subtract the media's fakery, could it be that we actually all get along, which is deadly for the media? CNN wants you to think that blacks
This has nothing to do with vaccines.
hate whites and whites hate blacks. You make that happen and everyone gets new shoes.
This is so strange. I was like, what are they going to say about Biden's crazy fucking speech?
But the moment a hate crime turns out to be false, it's disappeared like someone who hit on Al Capone's wife. And so the vax versus unvax conflict is about as real as an argument over a Rolex on The Real Housewives of Atlanta. The vax and the unvax aren't the Hatfields and the McCoys. Unvaxxed girls are not forbidden to marry vax boys. Romeo and Juliet never argued about ivermectin. It's all a fiction. The entire vaccine story, really and truly, is about people deciding when they want to get the vaccine. The media, however, wants it to be a war. Much like this.
Thanks, Grant. This is David Brooks from the Chess News Network. We're in New York City, where the vaccination debate is tearing couples apart. Hopefully. Here's a young couple now. Excuse me. Sir, were you just coming from getting vaccinated?
Well, no, I just went and got some chips.
Chips, are you saying the vaccine contains microchips?
Honey, who is this guy?
No. Are you vaccinated?
Well, no, I just had COVID, so I have antibodies still. So my doctor says I don't need to get it quite yet.
Sir, how do you feel
Which is not true. You should still get it.
about this woman trying to murder you?
Wait, are you putting our family at risk by not being vaccinated?
I'm the mother of your kids.
Not anymore.
I had to drop out of law school to stay home with them so you could pursue your dreams.
Honey, the band is
What is this?
gonna make it. You can't stop.
The vaccine debate, tearing couples apart. Back to you, Graham.
This feels like it's for 9-year-olds.
I don't know what I like more, Cat's shoes or the cameo from the fire engine. But I've said this before, if Americans fight amongst themselves, the people in power escape our collective wrath about their own corruption and
Yeah, and the Chess News Network. I don't know what that means.
incompetence. It's
Either.
why corporations try to be woke, hoping the activists don't realize all the bad stuff they do. Sure, we make underage labor work in horrendous conditions, but we're going to use 2 trans actors and a Mexican dwarf who's legally blind in the first ad campaign for these sneakers, so that'll get these whiners off our backs. Since Trump left the White House, CNN no longer has the conflict and no longer the viewers. There are no more Trump versus never Trumpers, and mysteriously, Black Lives Matter just disappeared. But as their ratings collapse like Hunter Biden on an exhausted hooker, they realized they needed a new
Oh, it's because it's CNN? Oh, okay.
war. The vaxxed and unvaxxed, which distracts people from the real problems.
Is this how, like, Fox News gets around the fact that they're vaccinated? And, like, they know that they can't say that you should get the vaccine, even though that's what they believe? Because they're going to be called, like, you know, a shill for the cabal or whatever. Is like, actually, there's not much difference between us, you non-vaccinated people. Because it's public knowledge that everyone at Fox has to be vaccinated. Right. If you are in the building, you have to be vaccinated.
That both Dems and the media worsened. And that's crime, homelessness, the collapse of our social order. Food prices rising faster than pot seeds in Kat's apartment. Observing their own complicity.
This is funny. They just have like a woman there for him to be like, you dumb fucking woman. I bet you also smoke lots of weed.
CNN and Biden craved divisiveness. The us versus them would save them. Oh, at first they hated the vaccines under Trump.
All
Now
cops
under
are
Biden,
bad
they're
cops.
Frontline caster,
positively
thank you for the 5
fascist
months.
about the jab. Trump vaccine bad, Biden vaccine good. Joy Reid, please pick up the white courtesy phone.
I understand the hesitancy. Listen, I was hesitant when Donald Trump was out there controlling the CDC and controlling the FDA and manipulating.
This is such a stupid fucking point. It's so dumb because they are making it genuinely partisan. It's the same when like we were watching the fucking vice president debate and Kamala was like, asked like, would you get the Trump vaccine? And she was like, I don't know. It's like, you say yes to that, you fucking idiot.
Manipulating them and making them put out falsehoods. Anybody rational was hesitant.
About the vaccine?
Was hesitant when Donald.
You were hesitant about the vaccine because Donald Trump was president. What the fuck are you doing? How is that?
Trump was out there controlling the CDC and controlling the FDA and manipulating them and making them put out falsehoods. Anybody rational was hesitant.
This is literally a thing of like the reason why they're so pro-vaccine is because it's a part of the like culture war. If it was somehow reversed and like the lib position in the culture war was to not be vaccinated, they would be running shit like fucking Gutfeld.
Now it's irrational. Unity is
That's so
scary
dumb.
because it means the media isn't necessary. So they choreograph their coverage exactly to the Democrats' liking, create dissent among the ranks so those in power remain so. And their dissent must be directed at the non-vaxxed, an easy target until you look at them closely and find out who they are. Blacks suspicious of government medical edicts, women worried about getting pregnant or currently pregnant, young fit people willing to risk getting COVID because they're so damn fit and risk just about everything else. The
It makes no sense whatsoever. Oh yeah, I mean the thing about vaccine hesitancy, particularly among like black people in America, is they have a very good reason not to trust public health. It's just that like in this particular instance, that lack of trust is like not beneficial for them. Like the real distinction and the real like how racism works in public health is lack of access to vaccines, and then also like that prison that was like using prisoners as like guinea pigs for ivermectin fucking studies.
compromised and other medically unable to take the vaccine, and undecided people still making up their minds. See how different they are?
So it's understandable. Like, and I think that's a wildly different vaccine hesitancy than like, you know, upper middle class members of the population that are like a part of the core valuable, you know, upper class white people. Their vaccine hesitancy is I think from a fundamentally radically different place.
You might even use the media and the Dems' favorite word, diversity. But in this case, diversity
Not
hurts
that
their
disagrees with
argument,
what you're
so
saying.
you won't hear that. But we get it. Joe and CNN are both in free fall. In Joe's case, literally. Joe needs something to
'cause he
save
fell.
himself from Afghanistan. CNN
That's
needs
funny.
something to save them from themselves. And that's why they sound exactly the same. Biden should start every speech with, "This is CNN." Because now they're both tainted. They have more contempt for a pregnant woman weighing her vaccine options than the mostly peaceful protesters who killed cops and did $2 billion in damages last summer. The fact that CNN has even 300 viewers anymore is scarier than running into Wolf Blitzer on a nude beach. And
That's
Joe
what I also say about my stream, given that we have 300 viewers at the
needs
moment.
you to blame your neighbor so you don't blame him. It's not his incompetence, it's their stupidity. Some unifier. Yoko Ono did a better job of bringing the Beatles together.
Like, what is that joke, dude? A writer's room was like, what joke do we say after that? And they decided on that Yoko Ono joke.
Demonizing the unvaxxed is Joe's ways of inoculating himself from culpability. But sorry, Joe, you are a breakthrough case. The inoculation failed, and so did you. America's going to stick together, whether you like it or not.
Hey, Sean Hannity here. Hey.
Yeah, that was very unsurprising, or very surprising, that Gutfeld wasn't like, this is 1984. Unless there was another Gutfeld reaction to that Biden speech. Oh, the new Visas video, yes. Actually, I'm curious we watched this guy. We were gonna watch this yesterday.
Well, a warm welcome to this talk. It's Thursday the 6th.
I'm also still hungover, which is what I was doing when I left. So if I'm like irritable and tired, that's why.
16th of September. Now, I get asked frequently asked questions, and I do try and answer them when I can. So
I see footage of anti-vax protests in Ottawa. Sure, yeah, absolutely.
Lots of people are asking me about ivermectin, and particularly the recent report from the Australian government sites on ivermectin. So let's look at that now and see what the Australians are saying. But if you're short of time for this video, I will give you a bit of a bottom line on it, because there is a bit of detail to go through. The main arguments here put forward by the Australian Department of Health against ivermectin seems to be, firstly, that it discourages people from...
Let's see. So yeah, we got the... Oh, okay. Oh, nice. Yeah, get their ass.
Getting vaccinated. And if people think they're covered with ivermectin, they could be a transmission risk. So that's...
Because I would imagine a majority of them are pro PPC. There's an interesting a contingent on them that aren't. That are like, the PPC are also cucks.
One, it discourages people from getting vaccinated. The second one is that some social media accounts have been getting the dose wrong.
Well, is that a premium video? Because if it's not out publicly, I don't want to play it.
We'll pad that one out in a minute. And the third reason is that they're running out of stock for other vital reasons. Now,
Oh, my Nietzsche video is like done. It should be out tomorrow, I think. Or I guess it's pretty much done now. I could release it to patrons like now for $2 a month.
Let's just say for now, all of those reasons given by the Australian government are open to critique. So we'll do that now. Now, this is the site here. If you want to look at it for yourself, just to make sure I'm not making anything up.
Yeah, $2 a month for early release. And I'm trying to get, because right now it's the $5 is like for the script. But I realized that that's sort of like, for those who are like hearing impaired, that's like, it's shitty to make you have to pay more to be able to access my content. So I want to change what the $5 is, but I don't know what I should change it to. Because it should be something, because people, and something that's like good, because people pay for it.
The whole report is there. Not too extensive and very accessible, very easy to read, quite comprehensible, nothing difficult about it. Now, this is so from the Australian Government, Department of Health, Therapeutic Goods Administration, TGA.
Okay, yeah, I'm just...
New restrictions on prescribing ivermectin for COVID-19. So these are new restrictions. Came out on the 10th of September, so about 6 days ago now. So Therapeutic Goods Administration, acting on the advice of the Advisory Committee for Medicines Scheduling. So this seems to have gone through the appropriate channels in Australia. Placed new restrictions on the prescribing of oral ivermectin. General practitioners are now only able to prescribe ivermectin for TGA-approved conditions, scabies and certain parasitic infections. Now let me clarify what's been happening here. General practitioners in Australia have been prescribing ivermectin.
Yeah. I guess I have that. Although I've been really fucking busy, so I haven't been able to do that. I guess, yeah, I do have it as that. Okay. I'll just continue doing that.
And now the Therapeutic Goods
Yeah,
Administration is telling general practitioners, these are qualified doctors in Australia, that they can't prescribe it for the viral indications, is what they are saying. They can only give it for specific
indications. Podcasts, wherever podcasts are hosted. It's on the Patreon for free, like it's hosted there, but also just on on SoundCloud and whichever, Spotify or whatever. It's called Liv Vod. If you want to listen, it's like 2 hours of content, the Hyperborea series.
Which are scabies and certain parasitic infections. Certain specialists will be able
not ask how you spell it. Thank you, D-Gross.
to still prescribe the drug if they think
I'm
it's
glad you got it now.
appropriate for a particular patient. And I would have been surprised if the GPs in Australia had been prescribing it to patients who they didn't think it was appropriate for, but this is what the Australian authorities are saying. Ivermectin is not approved for COVID-19 use in Australia, of course. We know this. That is the case. And yet some doctors were prescribing it. They say it's currently strongly discouraged by the National COVID Clinical Evidence Task Force, fair enough, the World Health Organization, yes, and the US Food and Drug Administration, yes. They seem to forget to mention that the National Institutes of Health in the United States puts an open question on ivermectin. There's insufficient evidence for the COVID-19 treatment guidelines panel to recommend either for or against the use of ivermectin in the treatment of COVID-19. So that is from the NIH in the United States. But as I say, that wasn't mentioned in the Australia report. Now, getting on to their reasons, and this is where it gets really quite interesting. I might be revealing something quite fundamental, actually, but I'll let you decide that when we look at it. First reason. So there's a number of significant public health risks associated with taking ivermectin in an attempt to prevent COVID-19 infection rather than getting vaccinated. Well, we're not talking about vaccines here. We're talking about ivermectin. Now, I strongly advocate vaccination, of course.
I like how he has the little sign
because I believe in preventing disease. But I also believe if treatments are available for disease, we should treat it. Prevention is better than cure, of course. So vaccination is important. But why they seem to be conflating the issue of ivermectin as a prophylaxis with vaccine as a prophylaxis is not really quite explained on their documentation. Ivermectin in an attempt to prevent people infecting infection rather than getting vaccinated. So I would certainly say get vaccinated as well. I don't quite see where they're coming from there, unless they're suggesting that people will be taking ivermectin instead of getting vaccinated, which I would go against the advice of every doctor in Australia. That I would imagine every single general practitioner in Australia would be advising vaccination. It would just be bizarre if they weren't. If your general practitioner in Australia is not advising you to be vaccinated, do let me know. I will be astounded if there's any general practitioners in Australia that are not recommending vaccination. So quite why those two should be mutually exclusive, I don't really quite see. Individuals who believe that they are protected from infection by taking ivermectin may choose not to get tested or to seek medical care if they experience symptoms. Well, again, if this ivermectin has been prescribed by the doctor, presumably the doctor could say, look, if you get symptoms still, come and see me. You know, I'm your doctor, I want to see you if you get sick. You would imagine they could say that. Doing so has the potential to spread the risk of COVID-19 infection throughout the community. So what they're saying here is, well, people that are taking ivermectin probably won't want to get vaccinated. People who believe they're protected from infection by taking ivermectin may choose not to get tested or to seek medical advice, or they could be, or not to get, if they get symptoms. Well, I would have thought symptomatic people would, but if they were vaccinated as well, their risk would presumably be the same or less of anyone else. So is this getting to the heart of the matter? So what the Australian authorities seem to be saying here, not that ivermectin's good or bad or indifferent or dangerous or lethal or brilliant, they don't seem to be saying any of that. Well, what's going to stop people getting vaccinated? And if people are taking ivermectin and they think it's going to protect them against infection, then if they get symptoms, they might just go on spreading the disease. So is this the heart of the issue? Is ivermectin being poo-pooed around the world because people think it will discourage people from being vaccinated? I don't know. I'm just reporting what they have said pretty directly, actually, from this Australian site. There it is. Read it for yourself. That's what the Australian authorities are saying. I simply report what they say. So that's their first reason. Secondly, the dose of ivermectin that are being advocated for use in unreliable social media posts and other sources of COVID-19 and other sources for COVID-19 are significantly higher than those approved and found to be safe for scabies or parasitic treatment. So the second reason they're saying that they don't want their doctors to prescribe ivermectin.
It's like, yeah, just eat the whole fucking paste. Eat the whole tube. It tastes good.
That
it's
they
apple.
are unreliable social media posts which get the dose
That's unfortunate.
wrong. Now, this is rather strange. Now, in Australia, I believe they have something called the Australian Medicines Handbook. Now, I don't subscribe to this, so I couldn't actually get a copy of it. But when you go into a drug, imagine you're looking for a drug. Say I take atorvastatin. So it says atorvastatin, good for lowering cholesterol. For dose, please see a convenient social media post. I suspect it doesn't say that. I suspect it says 20 milligrams or whatever the appropriate dose is. And for sure, I've actually looked at this document here from Australia. And this says quite a lot about ivermectin. It's the official Australian site as far as I can gather. Starts off with a description. Ivermectin is derived from the avermectins, a class of highly active broad-spectrum antiparasitic agents, isolated from fermentation broths of Streptomyces avermitilis. So that's the bug that they brew it up with. So, and this does go on, of course, and give the precise dose. It gives a lot of information about it, and it does give the precise dose. Nowhere on this document does it say refer to unreliable social media posts to determine the dose that doctors want to prescribe
vaccinated? Democrat 88, Republican 55, Trump Republican 46, Black people 76%. Right, which indicates that a majority of the problem is like probably more privileged white people who are pilled. Like quite a few of the people who don't like the vaccine aren't doing it because they or someone in their community has been wronged, proportionally speaking, from public health.
To their patients. I mean, this is just weird that it says this, positively weird. So because some unreliable social media posts are getting the dose wrong, there's a problem. And these higher doses can be associated with serious adverse effects. Well, of course, yes. Serious adverse effects including severe nausea if you give too much, vomiting if you give too much, dizziness if you give too much, neurological effects such as dizziness, seizure and coma. Of course, it's a dangerous drug in overdose, of course. Now, in the UK, we have this thing called the British National Formulary, which we have here. This is from the National Institute for Health and Care Excellence, and that gives us the dose of the drug in quite precise terms for various indications. So for chronic strongyloides infection, 200 micrograms.
Oh, actually, let's look at this interview he did.
Well, a warm welcome to this talk. It's Friday the 17th of September. Now, I've got
This
some
is
news
better.
from the United States today and also from Australia. We're still waiting for the FDA. I believe the meeting's going on about now, actually, as to whether there's going to be a third booster dose for everyone in the United States. So by the
So far, the FDA said no. Boosters, right at the moment, only for seniors.
By the time you watch this video,
Right.
you might have heard the news and know more about it than me, but we're still waiting for it, and of course we'll report on that tomorrow. Now, I want to start off with a little bit of contextualization about the vaccination status of the world. And if I show you this graphic, it kind of explains what I mean pretty well straight away. So share of people vaccinated against COVID-19 as of the 15th of September. So if we look at these figures here, we see that United Arab Emirates, Qatar, Spain, United Kingdom, Brazil, all doing fairly well. Then we move down to the United States. here. And then this is the world average here for the whole world's population. So we see worldwide it's a lot less on average than the more advanced, richer nations. But then as we go down, the situation starts looking fairly dire as well. So
for the third shot. Well, that's in Canada. Okay, so I didn't realize they were giving them on Canada. Well, that's good. I will take a third shot whenever is early.
India, we know, huge population, 1.4 billion catching up. Russia, there's been a definite lack of trust in the vaccine in Russia, as we know. Vietnam, Pakistan, South Africa, Bangladesh, Egypt, Kenya, Ethiopia. Then when you get into African countries, Kenya, Ethiopia, Nigeria, Tanzania, worryingly low vaccination rates of any form, whether it's just one dose or whether it's 2 doses, as we see here. So that sort of gives you the steepness of the pyramid, really, for the inequalities in vaccination, which is giving plenty of opportunities for the virus to divide and for mutations to come back to other countries. You don't need me to explain that. This is not a good situation. Looking at the countries where we often look, share of people vaccinated against COVID-19, again, 15th of September. Now, Ireland, we see, has done remarkably well and has taken over. So these are people, share of the people fully vaccinated in the dark green, share of people only partly vaccinated in the light green. So green, of course, appropriate for Ireland. Then we move down to Canada, also pretty good. United Kingdom, a little bit behind, but United Kingdom started off, of course, much better than both of these countries, but we've got a bit slow lately. The inertia's gone a bit in the United Kingdom, but United States, again, a bit lower. Where else have we got? New Zealand, Australia catching up, but all above the world average. So that's kind of where we're at in the vaccination stakes. Now, the reason I wanted to talk about this was I want to give an example today of Idaho. So let's go on and look at that now. Now, this is Idaho. We'll be looking at some graphics in a minute. Now, hospitals are now allowed to ration care in Idaho. Now, this is what we've been worried about since the start, that there'll be more people needing hospital care all at the same time who can't all fit in at the same time. And this has actually happened in Idaho. And let's look at this. So hospitals allowed to ration care, expanding its crisis standards of care protocols. So this chap from the Idaho Department of Health says the situation is dire. Pretty strong words, really, for officials. So it's a dire situation. Not pleased to see that. We don't have enough resources to adequately treat the patients in our hospital, whether you are there for COVID-19 or a heart attack or because of a car accident. So again, we see this appalling knock-on effect that we have from the pandemic, where people aren't getting treatment for other conditions as well. And we know this is a problem all around the world. We certainly know it's a problem with a huge waiting list. In the UK, for example, well over 5 million now, I believe, in the United Kingdom waiting for hospital care in the UK. So Idaho's Department of Health now is allowed to prioritise. Prioritisation is allowed. And this is potentially denying care based on who they think will benefit most. So if there's 2 people, both need an intensive care bed or both need some particular aspect of care, and it's not possible to give it to both people at the same time due to resource limitations, then the one who's likely to benefit from it most will be the one.
Actually, maybe we'll do this. It's pretty much done. There might be a couple things I want to nitpick, but I have the video. This is the video. I'll show you a couple minutes of it, and then it'll be early release on Patreon for $2 a month for like a week or something. This is my shot at YouTube. This is my attempt. It's about the Contra video in Nietzsche, and I start off nice, and then I get a little bit more critical as I go on because I didn't want it to be mean. So I don't really know what I was doing. Here's a Patreon because it'll be here for $2 a month for like a week. I think I'm not used to doing this. It's not a bread tube attempt. I'm not trying out bread tube. All right, we can.
All cops are bad cops.
That Dude Zoot, thank you for 2 months. And Fox Winchester, thank you for the gift sub. All right. Anyone who has participated in the torment of online leftist discourse can understand the sentiment that we are all Nietzscheans now. Just as Reagan reluctantly embraced the lessons of left-leaning Keynes, so too must leftists embrace the works of Nietzsche the aristocrat in relation to the general left-Twitter desire.
Let's go, baby.
Cogito ergo fem. Thank you for the 2 months. This will come. I guess I'll put it out today. Because I have to put it out on YouTube. And then it has to, I think,
to
that's how that
funnel
works.
all of one's anger and disappointment into simply getting
It's like
mad
a
at other
preview.
leftists on Twitter. But which Nietzsche should one embrace? Those uninitiated with the more generative aspects of Nietzsche's work may be anxious to hear a supposed leftist speak positively of a man who despised democracy and egalitarianism as slave morality and ressentiment, and even referred to the socialist movements of his own day as being led by a herd mentality. But it is instead within Nietzsche's scorn for the social institutions of his time that caused those around him to punish overzealously and feel a guilt that denied them the capacity to truly live that we must pay closer attention to Nietzsche. This question, of exactly what within Nietzsche is worth listening to, was heavily investigated in a recent and controversial video produced by BroTuber.
Answer, thank you for the 5.
Let's go, baby.
Thank you for the 5. Is it? I feel like it's. I'm trying to like read into the camera while also having a script, and that's very difficult. That's my main critique of myself. Wasn't Contra pretty critical of Nietzsche? This is me retweeting myself. Well, I go over that. I go over her criticisms and what she takes from Nietzsche, and I don't like either of them. I think they're both very imprecise. That's sort of the point of the... I need a teleprompter, I guess. You should have seen my setup. It was so terrible.
ContraPoints. In Envy, Natalie goes over the potential psychosocial factors that may lead someone online to be so envious of another online.
Where you find this video, I'm putting it up on patreon.com/liveagar for early release for $2 a month or more. Sometime today. I'll upload it to YouTube right now and then put it on there.
Persona success that they actively wished that person's downfall. It appears to me that the most strikingly insightful aspect of Natalie's video was the way in which she highlighted how unproductive much of the anger thrown around by many online leftists, and more generally by those who are members of the disaffected class, is. In the example of Twitter reveling in the suffering of rich kids at the failed Fire Festival, Natalie says,
You know, maybe millennials couldn't get Bernie Sanders elected, but at least those sandwiches were garbage.
She further explicates what I think is a correct worry of a particular manifestation of egalitarian politics, not aimed upon solidarity and creating a better future, but instead upon envy.
But in general, I'm suspicious of envy as a motivation for politics. Because remember, the basic logic of envy is, if I can't have it, then no one can, which is a purely negative, destructive style of thinking. And that's even worse when you consider that envy is subjective. It doesn't necessarily target objective power and privilege. So envy in politics is not by any means relegated to the left.
I think this is a perfectly salient analysis of unspecifically anti-establishment politics. Just because a group of individuals ostensibly aspires to destroy the elite does not make it a generative political movement that can meaningfully create new avenues of change for the future. This reminds me of a piece by Alain Badiou written on the Gilets jaunes or the Yellow Vest movement of France, where he says precisely this. An old adage states that not everything that moves ahead is red. Tout ce qui bouge n'est pas rouge. And for now, there is no sign of red in the Yellow Vest movement, which moves all right. Aside from yellow, I only see the tricolore, which is always rather suspect in mes yeux. I'm sorry for French people for doing that. As you will get into later, this is the distinction between a movement or tendency that simply moves towards destruction and one which destroys or critiques the established order for the sake of creation, or what Nietzsche considers...
I'm just doing Zizek? Not at all. You think that R? That's not how Zizek pronounce R's.
The distinction between active and passive nihilism. Another example in which envy harms social movements that Natalie rightfully brings up is Joe Freeman's account of her experiences in American feminist movements. Natalie quotes from Freeman's book, Trashing the Dark Side of Sisterhood.
The primary reason there have been so few great women blank is not merely that greatness has been undeveloped or unrecognized, but that women exhibiting potential for achievement are punished by both women and men. The fear of...
I'm previewing my YouTube video that is an hour long. The Elvis did go left eventually. Yeah, I guess that's complicated. And also, like, when were they largest and most, like, when were they the largest and had the most potential, like, sway on politics?
Success is quite rational when one knows that the consequence
But
of
I don't know.
achievement is hostility and not praise.
She then moves this analysis towards Twitter, and more specifically, trans Twitter. Envy, as a social phenomenon, often does not target those who are most privileged, as those people are not in any way close to those who are envious. Instead, it is those who achieve success within the proximity of the ire that activates this vice. Look, do I think some of the things Natalie...
Okay, that's the preview. I look like a goof. What do you mean? I think this is working. What is the... I'm gonna upload it unlisted on YouTube. That's how I do that? This is a response to the Envy video. Okay. Is that what Channel 5 does? If I make it main, does it like appear in people's subscription things? Or do I have to make a new video? How does that work? Like, is it gonna, am I not gonna get the algo if I just make it public when it's supposed to release? I don't know how this works. Sorry, I'm still hungover. I'm not very animated today. I have no idea. Okay. It treats it the same. I am moved by the algo. Okay, it's on early release there. It's almost up soon. It'll be published? Okay.
One who would get it. And this is a concerning situation for the United States, to be quite honest. It is particularly bad in Idaho. Other places are not as bad. Again, direct quotes. In other words, someone who is otherwise healthy would recover more rapidly, may get treated or have access to a ventilator before someone who is not likely to recover.
Back to COVID stuff.
So that's the situation there in Idaho. And as we mentioned, you'll probably know the result of the FDA decision before well, probably about the same time as I do, but I don't know it yet. It'll be out fairly soon.
Yeah, I do have water.
Which way is it going to go? You know, there's quite a lot of opinion on both sides of that, so I'm actually not going to guess on that one because it really does look fairly even at the moment. Now let's move on to some graphics from Idaho, and then I'll show you why this is so important. So here we see the situation in Idaho. Population relatively low up in the northwest, of course. Number of COVID-19 patients reported to Idaho.
Every creator does it? Oh, okay, well then I should be fine.
From Idaho, the CDC, and we see a sharp increase in cases. No question about that. A sharp recent increase in cases in Idaho. And then we go on and look at the number of deaths, and sadly we see a sharp increase here as well in the number of deaths. And the reason I wanted to show you these two slides really is that Idaho is a low vaccination status state. And if the vaccination levels had been equally low throughout the United States, then while the numbers would have been different, of course, the lines on these graphs would have been pretty similar. So with lower levels of vaccine in the United States, we would be seeing deaths going.
Oh, thank you for the 5 on Patreon, Chelsea. How are you doing?
Up like that. We would be seeing cases going up like that. But we're not, because the vaccination level is relatively higher than this low vaccination example. Prevalent hospitalizations of patients with COVID-19 in Idaho, and well, it speaks for itself, doesn't it? Look.
Maybe I'll make a tweet telling people I made a YouTube video.
Look how high this is. Way higher than the peak last winter. I never post. Way.
I might want to make more YouTube stuff. That would be good, because I was posting before. I think they were doing well.
And of course, it's still only autumn yet. And we noticed that there's been, an 18.3% increase from...
How are you the Patreon alert? Oh, yeah. I think it's a Streamlabs thing. But you use the Streamlabs alerts thing. Yeah, I can show you. I think I watched a YouTube video that explained it.
7 days.
So I can
It's
send
the
that
average
to
from
you.
the past 7 days. So absolutely
I
still
don't know
shooting
how
up in
things
Idaho.
work.
And if we look at the reasons for this, we see that the overall vaccination rate, remember 1.8 million people, only just over 700,000 have been fully vaccinated in the state. We
Yes,
look at the
of course.
cumulative line there. And how this compares is about 40% of the population in Idaho is fully vaccinated. And that is in comparison to 40% fully vaccinated in Idaho, 54% fully vaccinated in the country as a whole. So just sobering to note when we do get this anti-vaccine sentiment, as we have had in Idaho, a lot of politicisation. If that had been everywhere, then this trend would have been, I believe, everywhere. And that is really quite frightening to think about that. And it just shows how fortunate we are to have had the vaccine rollout that we have had. So that is pretty convincing as far as I can see. Now, I want
stream clips and highlights. I think so. I have a couple older ones as well.
to go on. We were talking
And also my podcast stuff goes on
about
too.
ivermectin in Australia. And we were somewhat cynical, I think it has to be said. So Dr. Nigel Farrier, who's talked to us several times in the past, who's got 40 years of medical experience, nearly all in Australia, he's given us a short video to clarify what's going on. So I want to go over to Nigel now, and thank you, Nigel, for taking the time to clarify our thinking on this matter.
Hello, John. I just watched your video earlier today regarding the ivermectin situation in Australia. And there's a couple of things that I'd just like to say about this. There's only a few doctors that are actually prescribing ivermectin, and all of them, as far as I'm aware, are getting the dose right. Not a lot of doctors are prescribing it. There are a few, and those few are more those that are into alternative medicine, if you like. I've worked with a few of them, and I know some of their beliefs and so on.
How does that happen? How are there doctors that are into alternative medicine? How are there any? How does this happen?
There's a few doctors that are homeopathic and so on, and they cater to a certain breed of population, if you like, that prefer those sorts of things. So look, that's all very well and good.
I guess, yeah.
But as far as the
literally
dose goes, all doctors, as far as I'm aware, are getting the dose right. And yes, the Australian Medicines Handbook has got the dosages in it. The everything's done with.
I guess it's what's different than nurses being anti-vax, in my opinion, because it's like this is someone recommending someone, things. This is like an anti-vax nurse is still able to like be a nurse, like do the things. Maybe this isn't true, but like a doctor it is like new. Like you go to them as a doctor and they prescribe you new age shit. That feels like.
Software nowadays, so all the practice software has got dosage and information regarding every single drug. So that shouldn't be a problem. What is happening is a lot of people are trying to import ivermectin, and this has appeared in various news stories.
This is worldwide culture. All of the American grifts are just exported. It's the stupidest possible form of like cultural imperialism you can ever imagine.
Over the last few weeks, the border force people are intercepting a lot of ivermectin being imported basically illegally by ordinary people out in the street. And it's those people that are importing it, and obviously I don't think the border force people are getting every single shipment, but they're getting a lot of them, that are taking it according to what social media is advising. And some of that I've seen is quite a big dose. And they're taking it prophylactically to try and stop the infection. These sorts of people are all the anti-vax type people. They're basically taking the wrong dose. And as a result of that, several people are actually getting admitted into hospital with an overdose of ivermectin and all those side effects that you covered. Social media is responsible for a lot of misinformation that's going around, and a lot of that does include the incorrect dose. So I've got here, there's actually an MP in Queensland.
This is not the same dude. This is a different. This is Australia phobic. All these poor, bald, white Australian men.
Who has gone on record, and I mean on record, it's on his website. So he tweeted out recently, "I'm glad I got my hands on this medication before the TGA banned it. It was prescribed to me in safe doses by a qualified doctor, despite the media and so-called experts claiming it's not safe and only meant for horses." He doesn't mention the drug, but I think it's obvious what he's talking about. So that was his tweet. Now, on his website, and I'll quote exactly from his website, MP in Queensland.
It's still processing.
Quote, "We demand that there be no more lockdowns, curfews, mask mandates, state border closures, or privacy invasion with mandatory QR code check-ins. We demand that there be no discrimination between vaccinated and unvaccinated Australians. We demand that our freedoms be restored."
All cops
That's
are
on his
bad
website.
cops.
Uncanny man, anything with 18 months.
His party has...
I will not be voting for those damn... I will be voting for the real Marxist-Leninist Communist Party and not those Communist Party of Canada cucks. Revisionist cucks.
distanced himself from him and condemned him for saying this. And another thing that he said, "It's time we stop spreading fear and acknowledge some facts. Masks do not work." Okay, he's not medically qualified, this guy, and I don't know what he's been reading. His party have said his views are not necessarily reflective of the community he represents. They haven't actually come out and said we disown him. And this is the trouble with our political system at the moment. They really have got no idea what they're doing. They should have just come out and outright told him to shut up and said that what he's purporting is absolute rubbish. The problem is that a lot of his electorate and followers are elderly, and they're hanging on every word that he says. So these people are trying to get ivermectin. They're not having their vaccination. I mean, this is just ludicrous from a scientific point of view, as I'm sure you and I are very well aware. As for getting ivermectin into...
Is there no push to remove intellectual property rights for vaccines? Oh, you mean like, well, that's because of money, right? I don't know. Is the anti-vax bullshit being fanned to distract from that? I'm confused about what that...
All cops are bad cops.
I'm confused about that question. Horus God of War, thank you for tier 1.
Into the country. Look, because we've closed our borders, getting stuff in is actually a little bit harder than it would have been. You know, it's just one of those things. And getting stuff between states is actually proving to be slightly hard. And you've already mentioned cases where truckies have brought COVID from Sydney and they've taken it into Queensland. They've gone through South Australia and into Western Australia with COVID. So it is making things a bit hard. But
oh, fuck. This is such a good tweet. Oh, this is such a good... Remember this?
She just died? Wow. I didn't know that. I just, you're telling me now for the first time. She led an amazing life. What else can you say? She was an amazing woman, whether you agreed or
He really was the GOAT.
not. She was an amazing woman who led an amazing life. I'm actually
This
sad
song
to
is-
hear that. I am sad to hear that. Thank you very much.
Just hearing this for the first time. This is our RBG. God, that's such a good fucking clip. Yeah, that was...
you know, I think it's something that we need to live with.
Just hearing this for the first time.
For safety's sake, really.
God damn.
And the other thing that you mentioned was river blindness. Yes, it occurs in Africa and so on. But what you've got to realise is that in Australia, we have a huge...
Did I show this? Did I show this?
Would we be better off, as an example, in Iraq? What are we doing? What are we doing? The migration was caused by Iraq, by Libya, by this. We want to give people freedom? We're not going to have our own freedom pretty soon if we keep doing this.
This is such
We're not
a
going to have our own
banger.
freedom. They don't want freedom. It's like I saw somebody, I won't even say because it's embarrassing. We want it where the women over there don't have to wear the you-know-what. And then I said, oh, well, that makes sense. That's nice. Then I saw women interviewed. They said, we want to wear them. We've worn them for 1,000 years. Why would anybody tell us not to? They want to. What the hell are we getting involved for?
This is a stand-up bit.
In fact, it's easier. You don't have to put up makeup. Look how beautiful everyone looks. Wouldn't it be easier? Wow. Right? Wouldn't that be easy? I'll tell you, if I was a woman, I don't want to. Wow. I'm ready,
Wow.
darling. Let's go. It's true.
It's such a banger. Wow.
Immigration population from Central Africa, East Africa, South Africa, India, and so on. All these countries where other diseases are endemic. So at the moment, obviously, we're not getting very many immigrations coming in, but in the past we have. And so these sorts of diseases do occur in Australia, albeit rarely. So yeah, the TGA lists river blindness as being one of those conditions that it can be used for. So that's just something I thought that I'd cover. So I think the main thing here is people are importing it illegally. They're overdosing themselves and causing themselves some troubles. And it's not really the doctors that are causing this problem. They may be saying to people, look, if you can get hold of some ivermectin, you can take it. I don't know, but I do know that those few that are prescribing it in the correct dose. So I just thought I'd give you a quick update on that, and I hope that explains a little bit. So thanks very much, and keep up the good work, John.
Thanks for that, Nigel. As always, valuable, very valuable insights. Appreciate it. It does.
Oh, it worked. It's up now. Wait. How do I get the link? I have it. I'm gonna make a thumbnail, but if it's posted on the Patreon for early release, this should be fine. Here we go, and it's unlisted. Here we go. So it's up on the Patreon now for $2 a month. It should be a pick of me soy facing. I'm saying the title is ContraPoints in Nietzsche. Why Twitter is bad for you.
Just put into context what we were looking at yesterday. I think that was actually really quite useful. A couple of things we're just going to mention there, and I think basically me and Nigel are singing completely off the same hymn sheet, by the way, we agree. You mentioned homeopathic doctors, homeopathic medicine. Let me just clarify my opinion on homeopathy, and I strongly suspect Nigel's.
This should be the thumbnail. Actually, this is outdated. This one, I updated this. It's better. This is the completed version.
Opinion on homeopathy. It's a bit difficult to explain really, but let's just summarise by saying it's a load of bunk. So that covers homeopathy because you're giving sometimes no active molecules of the active substance, which of course is ludicrous. Doctors, of course, are giving the right dose. I mean, that's clear. Buying medicines or even vitamins on the internet actually frightens me a bit because when I've been working in Asia, I have come across people with counterfeit drugs. So believe it or not, some people around the world actually they put something in a drug, package it up, make it look like a drug, and it's a counterfeit. It's either something else.
This is a problem for some estrogen as well. Because, some people do not over the counter because of doctors will not prescribe them. It's very important to be able to know the source, especially if you're doing injections of where you're getting estrogen. It can be good. You can manage it yourself. It's very possible. If you're if you want the DIY HRT, those are it is absolutely manageable. Especially if you're being fucking gay kept. No, not yeah. DUI
else, or it's an inert substance, or potentially something that is toxic. So buying drugs off the internet, actually, I find pretty frightening. I would only take drugs supply.
He had a very bad trip off of something he got from the Silk Road
By my own doctor or pharmacist. That risk of counterfeit. The idea of conflating ivermectin with anti-vaccination is ridiculous. I'm in favour, and I'm sure Nigel would agree with this. We're in favour of vaccination. I know me and Nigel have both been doubly vaccinated. Nigel said that before in his videos. We're both in favour of vaccination, but if there's a treatment there, we'll have that as well. So, and interesting about the tropical diseases in Australia as well. So, very useful contextualisation on yesterday. Notice that Nigel's not like me. You know, he's just waiting for clarification really on this ivermectin story. But those Australian guidelines we looked at yesterday don't really take as much forward on that. But Nigel's comments are very helpful on clarifying yesterday's video. So hopefully that was helpful. I stopped early about the United States to leave time for Nigel today, so we'll leave that there. And thank you very much for watching.
All right. Well.
Power, strength. Let's go, baby.
Let's go, baby. Aiden, thank you for the $7.
Power, strength.
Let's go.
Let's go, baby.
Dark Dre, thank you for the $3. Actually, that reminds me. What has Jeremy Fragrance been up to?
And my favorite fragrance was... Whoa, the scent Pure Accord. Whoa, nice. Likeable. All right, thank you guys. Peace. And sleeping with 5 girls per day is very time consuming. Obviously, we know the ethical aspect of it, which is not good. It sucks. Convenient to just have a hot, gorgeous girlfriend. So I'm appealing to you, if you found your gem, work on the relationship with her if you really think she's great, and not that possibly you are afraid to get to know other girls because you are afraid of rejection and you make your life easy just sticking to what you get, as bad as it sounds, but we all understand each other. So, hey, wear great fragrances and have a girlfriend and a wife. I'm going towards that now.
I live by that, honestly.
Let's say it smells like cow shit, and that will create obviously a lot of emotions. Or you create a fragrance called garlic plus cow shit. Man, that will spike emotions and yeah, crazy. Let's say it smells like cow shit. Sexy boys, sexy girls, Jeremy Fragrance here. You're on sport. This was one of the first fragrances I ever purchased in my life. Sexy boys, sexy girls, Jeremy Fragrance here.
Oh, that's his thing now. Yes.
I like sweets, but I don't. I also like to fuck 500 girls per day. Well, actually, I don't, but you know, I like sweets, but I don't.
Banger.
Fuck. Whew, nothing happened.
Oh no.
All cops are bad
It
cops.
is so sexy. Well, I could just... I could just lick this whole thing.
April story, thank you for 3 months. What is my political leaning? I don't know. Some sort of communist?
Oh, I hear it. I hear it.
I'm whatever Jeremy Fragrance believes.
It's coming. Well, that's a lot of work.
I am Canadian, yes. Unfortunately.
And that's how you earn money these days. Crazy. Remember, There are
Get that
so
bag,
hardworking
King.
people on this planet, but you have to remember, how easy is it to exchange you as a workforce, not as a human soul, because we're all equal human souls. And no excuses. If you only can be successful at the best circumstance, and you need the best nutrition, and you need the best workout trainer, and you need the best 8 hours of sleep, because otherwise you're too fragile. Man, you suck, baby. You gotta kick some ass even if you have difficult circumstances. No, I don't have a teacup, so I drink it like this, so you're alive with me, so this gives me my cocaine-like strength.
I love this, by the way, because he does this where he's like, what do I do in the morning? I drink green tea. It's like Coke. It gives me that Coke strength. It's like, I think it's the Coke that's doing that, not the green tea.
This is organic green tea from Japan, and the response of the plant is, hey, I don't want to die, I don't want to die. It strengthens itself, it produces more of that green stuff, more of that chlorophyll. That's why it tastes like spinach, and it gets stronger. Also, it's like with us. You take a cold shower, you don't like it, but you get stronger. So,
I like to get stronger from my cold showers.
this tea you can even eat. I ate it, and obviously it gives you a caffeine boost. Don't have
That is, where is Freud when we need him, dude? Gives you a cocaine-like boost. Yeah.
There's a brand they call Secretions Magnifiques, which smells like sperm mixed with blood, mixed with iron. That's their idea of their fragrance. And if you smell it, it really smells very irony, like you cut yourself, you lick your blood, and then you have a little bit of a milky accord, which symbolizes the sperm, I think. There's the brand they call...
I think we've already watched these. There's a lot going on there. Also, go follow me on TikTok. I make very bad posts. 215,000 likes. God damn. Why do people like these? I don't understand. Oh yeah. You should go follow me on that. What else do we have? Oh yeah, this
Here's
is good.
Dave Rubin's real sincere stuff where he's not joking around.
Obvious that he supports a guy like Adam Schiff, and we see this with all the liberals. A guy like Bill, like Joe Rogan, for example. He's
talking about Bill.
Let's go, baby.
New shit. Thank you for the $2. Again, there's a new video on Nietzsche and the Contra video. It's an hour long. I spelled Patreon wrong. Early release for $2 a month. I'll release the, because I have a script, I can just post it as well. And it'll be on the same tier. Because that's just like for early release and accessible afterwards.
Maher supports Adam Schiff, even though he's like scolding
That's on my
the left.
laptop, so I'll have to go and
Dave's
get
like,
that
is Bill
after
Maher
the
getting it?
stream.
No, he still likes Adam Schiff. So.
Yeah, let me make something clear. Bill Maher has been scolding the left for 25 years.
Yes.
He, if anything, he was a libertarian, a classical liberal, until the Bush years made it just impossible.
I'll react to it when it comes out. I showed you a little bit of it. But if I show it all, then people aren't gonna give me money. So
for him to deny, and they fired him. But that's where
the
he
point of
lives. I mean, are you serious? Is he really thinking
I'll do it
like,
when it comes out.
I'm doing the where is Bill Maher? This could mark a change.
What is the release? Saturday. I'm gonna just like a week. Cause I haven't given my patrons much. Cause I've moved and I've been like busy. Cause usually I have premium content. So that's like something for the patrons.
Now, like go back and listen to what Dave Rubin was predicting just like 3 or 4 years ago about like where the Democrats are leaving. There's something happening, folks.
Damn exit.
Here, keep going.
Teaching racism in school. They're teaching this hyper-racialized thing in school. It's coming. There's no liberals to stand up for this stuff. And then he brings on people like Adam Schiff on his show, and it's obvious that he supports a guy like Adam Schiff. And we see this with all the liberals. A guy like like Joe Rogan, for example. And these are not, I'm really trying not to make these personal attacks. I'm trying to talk about this in the idea set of what these guys talk about.
Talking about their
Joe
ideas.
Rogan, in an odd sense, did the right thing
I need
because
some of
he
that
was a Bernie
Jeremy
supporter,
fragrance
which
green
made no
tea.
sense, right? In my view, it makes no sense to be a Bernie supporter. You sit down with people like Jordan Peterson and all these brilliant people for years and years and years, and at the end, when it came down to it for the presidency, you were supporting Bernie Sanders. Makes no sense. But Joe Rogan, when he signed the $100 million deal, which I'm told is a lot more than $100 million with Spotify, he lived in California, and you know.
Which I'm being told is a lot more than 100 million. What is that move? What point are you making with that?
What he did right before he signed the deal? He left. He went to Texas. But the thing that he was telling everybody to vote for, that he's voting for, Bernie Sanders, was to raise taxes on everybody, especially people like him. So the liberals, in this sense, they're all still confused. They're looking at their watch, and a watch should be right twice a day, but they can't seem to ever get it right. They can't seem to ever get it right. So it's like,
the funniest thing to me about Peterson is his freak out about like postmodernism and truth being subjective. And then he's like, also, I love Nietzsche, the guy who loved truth. Nietzsche said truth is a woman, and he loved women. He thought they were all queens.
Bill Maher, take the last step here. I get it. You're in Hollywood. You've made your career on being a liberal. That is a lofty goal and a worthwhile thing. Trust me, I get it more than most people. But at this point, unless you're willing to say, I will not support any Democrats, it doesn't mean the Republicans are great, but everything you believe in is now a Republican principle. Now, if you really still think that high taxation makes sense, if you really still think that handouts make sense.
Yes, Bernier was on Peterson's podcast, and O'Toole refused to go on it, which I think indicates something.
And of affirmative action makes sense, and some of that stuff. Well, then
support the Republicans. It's not that they're all great, but you just gotta support them.
500,000 views for that video.
Yep.
We added to it.
That's just stunning.
I love how now it's useful for him to say Joe Rogan is a liberal because Rogan stopped inviting him back on the show.
Exactly,
right?
that's what that is.
Because Rogan made one comment saying he'd probably vote for Bernie Sanders if he was voting in the Democratic primary.
Right.
And so, like, let's hang my hat on that.
I'm sure the part about Dave Rubin being an idiot was not the thing that made...
They're all just little fucking clout opportunists. There's no real substance. It's great. I love it.
That turned off.
Nietzsche was, I can't remember her name, but yes, he was a simp to that one girl, although she turned him down.
It's so weird that these grifters, their entire operating principle is who will come on my show, who will invite me on their show, and who will accept me into their fold. And like Dave Rubin kind of has a little crack in the door with the Blaze crowd, but they'll never let him fully in because he's gay. So he's just yearning and grasping for that acceptance from that.
Oh, let's see this. Salome,
CDC
that's it.
did a
Thank
report
you.
on
Nietzsche probably fucked. There's a theory that because he was like helping the Germans, during the Franco-Prussian War of, what is that, 1870, and that he was like a combat medic or something, and that he went to a brothel or whatever and got syphilis, and that's how he died.
an outbreak.
That is a theory.
In Marin
It's
County.
not proven.
And this took
But
place in
tracks.
May. So this may have been.
He was really fucking unlucky.
Sure, if the Delta variant
It's tough.
how pronounced it was.
Oh, one
in
second,
Marin
Rebecca.
County in May. I don't even know if the Delta variant was actually around much in this country. It could have
Probably
been.
not, yeah.
It could have been up there, but we could be looking at the wild type, which is again. Delta is significantly more transmittable. I think the R naught for the wild type was somewhere around 2, and the R naught for Delta is somewhere between 6 and 8. And that is, how many people, 1 to 2 or 6 to 8, And that is how many people one person generally has the ability to infect. The other issue is that the RT, our behavior, which reflects our behavior, is also changed. Now, so here's a situation. There was 24, no, excuse me. There was an unvaccinated teacher, showed up to her elementary school classroom. She had a cough and a headache. She thought it was allergies. It's still, which I find sort of just shocking to me that in the course of like a pandemic, that people are like, can't possibly be this pandemic that's going around. I mean, you'd think you'd go get tested. But so she comes in. She was only one of 2 staff members that had not been vaccinated at the elementary school. She had 24 students, 22 who were ineligible for vaccination because of age.
Oh, no.
22 students were tested. 12 tested positive for the virus. The conclusion was by CDC experts that the attack rate in the affected classroom was 50%, but the students sitting closest, and this was fascinating. Now, she was supposed to be wearing a mask, but when she would do classroom reading, she would do it without the mask. She didn't want it muffled. Yep.
Seems
sort of not
like it
quite
defeats the purpose.
getting the point.
Did it say if they had open windows?
So let's put up the diagram because this is fascinating. There's a filter at the beginning, at the head of the class where she must have stood. So that was drawing air behind her.
Okay.
One presumes. In the front row, everyone tested positive. 4 students, 6 feet apart. 5 students, 6 feet apart. Everybody tested positive. Early. They were symptomatic early, the 23rd, the 24th, and they all tested positive within a day or two of that, more or less. In the second row, and you can see on both sides, there seems to be windows that were left open, okay? In the second row, people turned positive a little bit later. 3 out of 5 were positive, although 1 was not tested. 1 tested negative. By May 26th, 4 in the third row were tested negative. 1 had tested positive before then. So almost you can imagine she's standing in front of the class, right in the middle of the class, and those first 3 people, they get it.
I remember this from school that kids who sit in what's known as the T zone, their grades are higher. The T being the front row and the middle row. Yeah.
Interesting.
I was
because they are why they're goodies or and I don't mean that.
There's a little bit of correlation. Like if you're sitting in the front row, like I used to sit in the back row the first day of class because it's like you want to
you're gonna hide.
You don't want to be seen, right?
But also the teacher's speaking directly to you in some fashion. Okay, and then by the time you get to the 4th row, only 1 person tested positive, 1 of the kids. 3 tested negative, 1 did not get tested. And in the back row, there were 2 people who got who tested positive, and then there was an empty seat, and then there was 2 that tested negative. And I guess the ones in the blue were symptomatic, and so it gives you a sense of when they became symptomatic. All right, so that's what happens in the classroom. 4 students from other classrooms also tested positive.
Sorry, once you're done with this video, check this out. Do I want to press play? What do we think, chat? Should I? We got a yep. Of course. Okay, yeah. No, you guys want it.
最近在网上曾经有很多人挑战全网啃西瓜，有没有来挑战我的？说鸡给500说鸡。
All right. Thank you for the clip.
of COVID-19. They were all siblings of 3 of the students in that unvaccinated teacher's classroom. 4 parents of the children of the school were later infected in the outbreak. Of the infected parents, only 1 was unvaccinated. So when you get in that close quarters with your kids,
right?
The vaccinated experienced symptoms including fever, chills, cough, and headache, and loss of smell. That's the
10K for everybody. I should turn it down because it's just like a suggestion. Because if I don't want to watch a video, yeah. Or it should just be like a maybe I'll change that.
Vaccinated.
Yeah, 10K
Additionally,
is. I always forget how hard it is to get points. You be like. There we go.
Students
2K
from
or
different
something,
grade also
maybe.
tested for positive after one student hosted a sleepover with 2 of the other students from the same class. This is according to the CDC. All students infected in this classroom were ineligible for vaccination due to age.
The request is like a highlighted message, is the idea.
They took specimen evidence gathered throughout the investigation that the infections occurring in the 2 grades were likely part of the same outbreak. I mean, it just gives you a sense. And then you have no idea, like...
I don't know. The productive forces thing is literally nonsense. So, I mean, I'm kidding. Obviously, productive forces are very important. And that one's 5K.
When these parents went to work.
Yeah.
I mean, and...
No, productive forces
And the point being
are very
that, like,
important. I'm sorry.
Who knows? Maybe the teacher, if she wore her mask, the numbers would have been... I don't know that they would be 0. But surely they would be
so
less.
So it's by 2050. Let's
and
do
so this all of this like insanity about the mask wearing.
Yeah.
It is not 100%, regardless of what mask you use. Percentages can increase with the quality of the masks. But the point is, it is such a low investment, a small investment, to protecting yourself and others around you and children, and stopping the spread so that we also minimize the chances of a variant. Now, it is the case that if we get a variant, it is more than likely going to come from somewhere else, because there's a lot less vaccinated people in other countries.
Oh no.
But nevertheless, this is the theory, is that we all have to do as much.
Why would you make this? See, we don't look similar. It doesn't work. It maybe works with younger, but it doesn't. It's so dumb.
Much as we can within the limitations that we have. So obviously, if you have some problem, immunodeficiency that makes vaccines impossible, then you do everything that you can to protect yourself and others. You wear masks. If you have some problem that, like, I don't know, you can't find a really good mask, then wear like a face covering. Like, everybody needs to do as much as they can do. And in countries like ours, where we have access to the vaccine, you take the vaccine. In countries like ours, where you have access to wearing masks, you wear the masks. I mean, it is just absurd. This whole idea, it's the functionally equivalent of like, why should we cut our emissions when, China is putting out emissions?
Yeah.
Like, I mean, give me a break. Like 2? Like, honestly, like, this is like the mentality of literally of like a 5-year-old.
Well, they have fatigue, and so like their immediate response is to look for an out. They are done with the precautions. They are done with the measures. So, like, I'm gonna find an alternate way to make my fatigue seem righteous. That's where we're at.
And they're fed.
And they make it about their kids. That's how they get like a righteous attitude towards it, and they can posture as if they're in a moral position. They make it about suffocating our kids.
Of course, but they're also fed by these lunatics like Tucker Carlson
Right, but
and others.
it feeds that impulse, though.
Yep. I just it's stunning to me to just watch this stuff and track it. And then those idiots who are like pushing, you know, they're pushing medications and the.
Also, I'm very happy to announce that I am now employed outside of Twitch streaming. It's very happy to be in evangelical Lutheran church.
The impulse to push these treatments is really a part and parcel of that. I mean, there are treatments that you can read about that that they're using, and there was a new study that just came out by the CDC by I'm not sure who did this study, 800 people. And I don't think it's been peer reviewed yet, but they're using it like an SSRI as a therapy, and there are therapeutics that are definitely like cutting down on the death rates and the severity. Apparently, like there
Ivermectin?
No, there is some data that suggests that a specific serotonin inhibitor will cut down on the psycho. I mean, let me make sure that I'm mispronouncing this stuff so that people understand you should not run out and get this.
Mm-hmm.
But the psychotenic, I can't even.
SSRIs, people know.
No. But the when you get COVID, one of the things that was really problematic early on was your cells are emitting this chemical, the cytokines, I think it is, or whatever it is. And
Aurore, how do you pronounce that? The first openly transgender minister goes by singular they. Well, good for them. Because people are confused, because that's not the same evangelical church as like when you hear the word evangelical. Because it's evangelical is like an unqualified term. I don't know, the Protestant distinctions in America, it's not as bad in Canada as far as I understand. It's still confusing though. Are very confusing. I don't really.
And that ends up getting into the lungs, and it shuts down your lung capacity. And these serotonin inhibitors diminish your production of cytokines. And that
wasn't there something.
All cops are bad.
Nova,
cops.
thank you for the 5 months. What is infrared doing? Oh no. Do I want to know? Let's see. Not to steal content. He's so cool, dude. He's so fucking cool. God damn it. God damn it.
Dragon War.
He's so fucking cool, dude.
And it's all well and good to say people like
he's a content monster.
Maybe some therapies that are out there.
You have the same. I think he gets more views now. It's probably on the way up for him, cause he is a fucking content machine, dude. I can't.
But to go out and promote it, and then to say like, why is this stuff?
Someone said 2K. We're pretty high right now. It's because this is obviously real. It's 419. What is it at right now? 976? Can you see it? It's usually around 700. Cause I don't really push people this up because I'm doing fine.
Being denied the American.
But yeah. No, infrared is rising. He's a clout demon.
Public
and it's very
The
entertaining.
implication being,
what was that thing? He had like there was some debate he was just on, and I saw a clip from
cops
it.
are bad cops.
Costigan, thank you for the 9 months. And he's just like, both of them are just fucking screaming at each other. Like, I don't even know what's going on here.
Defend myself.
I'm just
How
curious.
am I
John,
supposed to
John,
defend
Dylan,
myself?
John,
I have
Dylan.
to COS because you won't
dude,
let me defend
that's the
myself.
softest
You're
shit in the
literally
world.
still talking over me,
Dude, you will
and
go
won't
down
let
as
me
the biggest
fucking defend
pussy
myself.
on this
All you
platform
do
in the
is
history
talk
of
over me.
mankind.
All you fucking do is
You
talk
are gonna
over
go
me.
down
All
as the
you
biggest
fucking
pussy
did is
in the
talk
history
over
of
me
this
this
fucking
entire
platform, buddy.
fucking time.
Yeah,
All you
yeah,
fucking
fuck
did
off,
is
you
talk over
baby
me.
fuck. All right,
All you
keep fucking
fucking
crying.
did
Dude,
is talk
I was just
over me.
goaded.
Completed.
All you fucking did is talk over me.
Oh my god, dude. We did it, dude. He's fucking crying, dude.
All you
We did
fucking
it, dude.
did
Oh
is
my
talk
god.
over
Holy
me.
fucking
All you
shit.
fucking did
Reel in your
is
mans.
talk over me.
Reel in your mans,
Shut the
John.
fuck
Holy
up.
fucking
All
shit.
you fucking
Reel in your
do
fucking
is
mans, John.
talk over me.
You gotta
Not
reel this guy
fucking
in,
twice.
dude.
Do you read me?
Dude,
All
John,
you
I know you fucking
do
did it in
is
last
talk
week's
over
row.
me to defend myself.
I'm just
How
curious.
Hashtag rising.
being that the implication being that, you know, there are forces that are out there. Like,
I don't know who Irrelevant is. I don't know what this. I don't know what. This is a debate streamer as well.
it's all feeding into this authority, like this notion of like this is all some type of authoritarian scam. It's the vapor version of the pandemic. That's basically what it is.
Well, it's also, we talked about this last week, how it's the only way we're empowered in this country is as a consumer. So it's like, oh, look at this miracle cure. If you just consume, if you just inform yourself as a consumer, you can ask your doctor about the secret thing, and then you're actually safe from it. Instead of just saying like everything about this, from like the what's unknown about the disease to like the new vaccine, like. This means we should all be together under one medical system and Medicare for all. Like, that's what should be the emphasis now. But instead, it's this: let's be empowered as the smartest consumer.
Yeah, I mean, fucking. When there was a poll that asked Canadians, do you want more choice in your healthcare system? So you want more private options, which is code obviously for do you want to destroy the welfare state? But that's not how people see it. And like 40% of 40% of Canadians were like, yeah, I want more private choices for my healthcare. Canada is a treat nation. It's the same with America, same with other Western states. A treat nation. We love our treats. That's and we've treatified healthcare. It's a treat. You can go out and buy it, and you get to choose which type of healthcare you want.
Get around it.
But it's something like it is something even darker than that, because it's not just like, it's like I have the secret.
Yes,
it is.
It's a narcissism. It's like the same reason people are drawn to like conspiracy theories. It's empowering because like there's a wealth of
we love treats,
material and knowledge to consume out there. People feel untethered, especially in this kind of time. That's quite scary. And so when you feel like you have access to, but like it is tied with that, as you say, Matt, right? This like it is tied to a specific sense of American and capitalist identity of a consumer product. Then you know you're good to go. You're good to go, and you get to feel like superior to your friends and family who may be pushing the vaccine, who may be pushing masking. You get to feel like your life is not going to be inhibited. You can still be superior to other people in the way that you conduct your business and live about your life, and you're not going to have these difficult things and inconveniences, and then at the same time you also get to feel like the smartest person in the room.
It is. I think it's also like, you know, dealing with it is very much like conspiracy theories. I mean, it is like, you know, it's the new Illuminati, right? Like this is the thing that's going to explain it.
Yeah.
And the thing that is, I really do find reprehensible is, I mean, it's fine to talk about, you know, there are some
Treat
studies.
Nation feels like a Matt. I feel like I got that from him talking about treats. Like they had a bit in the 2016 election show about how much Matt is a treat boy. He was like real treat boy hours. I feel like it came from that at some
somewhere
level.
that say that ivermectin might help and this and that, but we need to, this immediate knee jerk of like, well, if they're shutting down the conversation about it, it must work.
And we're going to own Big Pharma by buying a product that Merck created.
Well, that's the other thing is that but it's cheaper, and I get it.
This Big Pharma, it's cheaper than getting the free vaccine?
Right. Like it's the profit motive. That's the thing that sort of breaks down with this whole sort of authoritarian sort of theory behind all of this. Like the mask wearing is for authoritarianism. It's like to train you. I mean, why haven't we been talking about this whole no shirt, no shoes, no service thing that's been going on for decades?
Well, they only inject your shirt into you.
No, but don't you understand that the whole thing that you can't get service at the bodega unless you got your shirt on is for the authorities to get you to comply. And once you're in that sort of comply mode,
what comes next?
'Cause it's like, it is true.
I mean, it's entirely brainwashing to accept social control that we're focusing on.
It is like, it is, but if you're a conservative, you're fine with it. Like, one of the best examples of this is airplane mode on your phone. Like that, it's funny that that's a mode, because you don't need that. They don't need you to do that. It doesn't affect, it's like, as far as I understand, the reason you do it is to get you to follow orders from them. Like you're in the habit of doing something for them because you're not going to get service in the flight anyways. And then you'll be able to be listening because you'll be on airplane mode so that the people, when they talk to you and when there's announcements, you listen. It's like, but the thing, the Foucauldian point is like power is also productive, right? So that creates things. It creates, people genuinely do listen. They're able to, it's not simply a way of excluding or cutting off. But yeah, I mean, that is... All right, fine. We'll watch this clip.
My chalice with the power of the sun. I drink the blood of the sun. Yes, fill it up. Fill up my chalice. Fill up my chalice. Yeah. I fill my chalice.
He's so fucking cool, dude. God damn it. God damn it.
Masks as a way of being social controlled as we're about to hit an unemployment benefit cliff. We're about to clear the eviction moratorium. That's literal coercion by the state. And we're talking about putting a mask on people so we can maybe get people to go to school, which, by the way, helps those same capitalists because that means their parents can go to work.
Right. I mean, this is the thing that's so, like, it's so confused. It's so incoherent. And the people pushing this stuff sort of retreat to some type of blanket. It's authoritarian, you're sheep. And I'm just asking questions here. But, people should understand that you're not really well, you are fooling a lot of people. But there was this guy, it is the oldest hyperbolic, sensationalistic conspiracy trick in the game to simply make your titles a question. Right? Like
just asking questions.
Just asking questions.
Tucker's perfected that.
Well, but there's a lot of them out there now who have perfected it.
It's funny that that's Nikki's thing now. Let's see her TikTok or her Twitter. I guess she hasn't been... No, she deleted her tweets. That's what happened. She keeps deleting them.
And it is really...
She did delete the big balls tweet.
I am someone who believes that like Thomas Friedman and
I've heard that too, the degrowth, that it's because her husband is going to jail for not registering as a sex offender. But I think that relates insofar as she's spiraling, because I don't think that actually helps her. I think all of this makes us talk about Nikki more, and as a result, more people are talking about the sex offender thing. I don't think it's calculated, because she just got dropped by her label. I genuinely don't think it's cover. I think it's just like she is fucking spiraling. She's not doing. Her husband just went to jail. Which is like, he's not a particularly. She has a history of supporting. She actually got sued for attempting to cover up one of her. It was brothers, accusers, or husbands. So she's like complicit. It's bad. It's bad stuff. But I do think it's literally just it was husband. Okay. I think it's literally just like she's spiraling. Would you rather be considered anti-vaxxer or have it be known that your husband is? But the thing with this is the or is inclusive. It's an and/or. Because it's not, you're spiraling. I hope you feel okay, Chelsea. And also never post. That's always the
times.
That's always the motto that I live by.
When Judith Miller and others were sort of the linchpins to the march to war in Iraq.
Yep.
Because you've got the right
it's society, that is true. It's real. Joe Crowers, who up
doing this, and they're there. In any type of like natural bulwarks that happen, sadly, we just have a somewhat polarized society. So a lot of times people take their cues, and people, hey, look, not everybody has time to inform themselves about everything or anything for that matter. And so people take their cues from other people that are so-called trust agents. And so when you have those sort of so-called trust agents who are not associated with the Bush administration in the context of Iraq, saying, yeah, this is a good idea, we should do this, it brings along a lot more people and it creates the critical mass.
Did you know that Judith Miller... Oh, sorry, go on.
Well, and so my point is that when we talk about things like masks and vaccines and this and that, it is not the lunatics who, like, Louis Gohmert, who are... the most problematic when it comes to our society.
Yeah.
It is the people who are ostensibly not the lunatics, who spend their time saying, I'm just asking questions about this. I'm just opening the door here. And
Sam is sort of a lib. I mean, he is.
The Brett Weinsteins or Brett Weinsteins to, just like, I don't know, the
Let's see if there's any other. This is a more quiet stream because I'm tired.
Recall what? It was not a vote against the recall. It was a vote against Larry Elder. He's a monster. You or your guests may not know statistics. The recall was super popular till Larry Elder picked up steam. Stop kidding yourself. The recall was going to lead to Larry Elder. I'm not kidding myself at all. I don't think this is a pro.
What were the stats for the recall? Do we know?
Gavin Newsom vote. The whole argument I've been making is negative partisanship. And the problem that the Republicans have is that
abysmal. Oh my fucking God. Okay. All right. Yeah. Never listen to polls ever. Never. Polls are fake. They aren't real. Remember when it fucking said 50-50? You got more individual votes in my primary than Caitlyn Jenner. I think that more people wrote in Liv posting in the 2020 election because I told people to do that than Caitlyn. What did she got like 1% or something? That is probably you probably did actually get more votes than she did. I'm sure Larry Elder is saying that it's rigged because that's you know, that's the go-to. Do we know who won? She got 55, you got 60. There you go. Ratioed.
They're all Larry Elders. I mean, that's the bottom line. The one of the 10 Republicans who voted for impeachment just resigned in Ohio.
Yeah.
And you're going to see a couple more do it, I bet, too. They are all Larry Elders.
Folks, there's more of what you've just saw where that came from. That's if you hit this.
Do we know, does it release, or has it been released who won in terms of like, if remove, who do you vote for? Is there, oh, I found it. The answer is yes. It was Elder. It was incredibly Elder. Oh yeah, it was like, right. Oh, okay, yeah. I mean, yeah, I was just not close. That's funny. Yeah, I did see people saying that it was stupid to care about this while the 538 stuff had 50-50. I don't know. Is that genuinely just a failure in polls? Because look at this. I mean, I guess later on. Oh, yeah. The later polls were seemingly correct, I guess, right? If it's 67. Oh, no, not even. I guess it was even more than the polls. But all of these. I guess the Dems showed up. Yeah, I guess it's just a polling failure. There's a certain respect in which, like, I mean, this is bad mathematics, what I'm about to say. But, like, this is incorrect, but it's still a good point. That, like, a lot of the Nate Silver shit is not falsifiable. Which is not how statistics works, obviously. Andrew Dever, thank you for 2 months. Like, who cares? But especially because of how flawed polling is. Like, if he's wrong, it's like, well, yeah, I was wrong because there was a percentage that I could have been wrong. It was 20%. You know, there's regardless, no matter what. That. Which more just shows, like, what is actually the use of this, like, polling analysis. Like, why do we, what is this, what room does this fill? What is the social? Yeah. Yeah, I guess Dems, like, showed up at the last minute. And people started to, like, think about it more.
And in California, Gavin Newsom won in, I don't know what else to say in terms of, or I should say the recall was rejected in a landslide. And yesterday on the show, we played a clip from Joe Biden saying you either vote for Gavin, you either vote against the recall or you vote for Donald Trump. I think this is a very, very effective message for the 22 midterms. Negative partisanship drives people to the polls.
That's the only thing. That's nothing. No one has anything except negative partisanship. That's how politics works. It's why Trudeau is back up in the polls now, after O'Toole was leading for so long, because people were like, oh fuck, well Trudeau sucks, but like, what would an O'Toole government actually look like? This sucks. I guess I'll not vote, or I guess I'll vote for Trudeau.
And Democrats, for the first time, and not even by their own making, have the ability to drive their voters out to vote against something, and that is the shadow president, Donald Trump. And here is Gavin Newsom.
Yes, we have to stop the conservatives from winning this election that I called. Is such a funny position for Trudeau to be in. Yeah, I mean, like, again, and maybe he will. No, Trudeau's too stubborn, actually. Like, I know that conservatives winning would be worse, objectively, for my well-being. But think about how funny that would be for the way that Trudeau stopped becoming the prime minister and had to, like, resign in disgrace. Just because he called an election and then people were like, fuck you. And then he lost. That is funny. I don't think it's going to happen. But I guess
after having won a resounding victory in the recall being completely rejected. Remember, there's a $300 million escapade by the Republicans because you only need 12% of the voters.
Wait, hold on. Inez Lord, thank you for the 7 months.
In the recall being completely rejected. Remember, there's a $300 million escapade by the Republicans.
Oh, yeah, that's so funny. Like, $300 million by the Republicans to do this? Yeah, because that is more money than is allowed to be spent in a Canadian election, just by all of the parties. That is
Republicans, because you only need 12.
I don't think if Trudeau wins and has like a weaker minority, I don't know if he'll resign. That might be a good idea, but I think Trudeau is too stubborn to do that.
12% of the voters to sign a petition, and they got extra time because of COVID by a judge, I think, who was appointed by Trump. I'm not quite sure. Yes. So here's Gavin Newsom.
And I think about just in the last, few days, and the former president put out saying this election was rigged. Democracy is not a football. You don't throw it around. It's more like antique vase. You can drop it and smash it in a million different pieces. And that's what we're capable of doing if we don't stand up to meet the moment and push back. I said this many, many times on the campaign trail. We may have defeated Trump, but Trump...
Democracy is not like a football. Look, democracy... It's like my back. I can't. Gotta watch out. It might break.
Ism is not dead in this country. The big lie.
Oh, this is cool. Thank you.
January 6th insurrection, all the voting suppression efforts that are happening all across this country.
It's the same. Yes, it's the same as this. Although I will say it is different because Theresa May promised not to call an election and then called one. But it's the same insofar as people were mad that she called an election, and it led to a change of 30 seats, right? I thought it was more than that. But yeah, which was very good. For Labour.
What's happening, the assault on...
May was such a fucking loser. What Wikipedia add-on? Oh, someone just linked the mobile version.
Fundamental rights, constitutionally protected rights of women and girls. It's a remarkable moment in our nation's history.
Now, I gotta say, I don't particularly like Gavin Newsom, and when he talks, it reminds me of that. But I am excited by the notion that the Democratic consultants, who I think probably largely could not politic themselves out of a wet paper bag, have gotten the message that negative partisanship works. You have already a completely turnkey midterm election strategy, and that is to run against Trump and Trumpism.
To you.
Totally handed. And the shocking thing is that they're actually not taking it and then dropping it.
Like one would with an antique vase.
Like with an antique vase or a football. I mean, come on, dude.
Yeah.
You can't spend 5 minutes to come up with a better metaphor than that.
Don't fumble that vase.
Democracy's not a football.
We all know about these. We all have handled antique vases before.
Yeah, exactly.
He must have been doing that at French.
You
left-wing leaning parasite. You expect me to sit here and listen to your drivel?
That's like a gift. That's a sub noise.
Laundry.
Exactly.
Yeah, but I totally agree with you. I mean, for the sake of broadcasting, I disagree. But no, actually, I agree. Because one, negative partisanship works, obviously, as you say. And two, Democrats didn't have this opportunity in 2008 for a variety of reasons, or under Obama. One, because he said, we're moving forward, we're not looking backward, and we're not going to hold the Bush administration to account, which was outrageous. But two, because the Republican Party had largely wanted him to go away, and he did go away. The issue now is that Trump is still the Republicans' president. They love him, and he doesn't want to go away, even though he's been deplatformed. So it's a gift for the Democrats, and they have to seize it.
Remember in the end of the Obama admin when there were Democrats that were not even wanting to associate with Obama? That's such a weird, it was some specific interview I remember where a Democrat literally refused to say whether Obama was good or bad. Right when he was a lame duck. People fucking hated him.
And Newsom effectively nationalized this race. As you say, he made it about...
It's bizarre because it's yeah, I guess it's radically different than what's happened to Trump.
Trumpism. He connected Larry Elder and the voter suppression propaganda to what the Republicans were doing to January 6th. And then that's how you get your base to show up in an off year when the party is in control of all.
Wait, who gifted me a sub to Infrared? Thank you. Hashtag rising.
Of the executive branch and the House and the Senate.
Exactly. Texas should be a motivation for Democratic voters in every state. And you don't need to have the Fabergé egg of democracy to know that. All right, we're going to take a quick break.
Yeah, so it's funny that Republicans ate shit, I guess. What do we got? Oh yeah, why polls are bad.
And
why the polls are cucked.
This chart help explain this, or why polls that are...
You as a TikTok expert, let me see.
Oh, you're gay and you hate capitalism? Well, why are you drinking a McDonald's coffee?
That's gonna work, I think.
Oh, you're gay.
Yeah, I think you got it. I think you hit the recipe. Shrimp fried dizzy. You've hit that perfect conservative TikTok. They'll love it.
Supposed to predict election results keep missing the mark. To really understand the problems with modern polling, we've got to start at the beginning. In 1936, the U.S. presidential election pitted incumbent Democrat Franklin Roosevelt against Alf Landon, a Republican governor from Kansas. Now, up to this point, polls had been informal. Newspapers used to gauge voters' sentiment by surveying their readers, but it wasn't based
That's like a Twitter poll, basically.
on any formal survey methodology. In 1916, a magazine called the Literary Digest started conducting national polls. They sent out millions of postcards to their mailing list, mostly drawn from phone books and vehicle registration records. The 1936 survey was their biggest one yet. Meanwhile,
from offices at Princeton, New Jersey, a famed statistician, Dr. George Gallup, tells Washington from week to week what the nation is thinking.
George Gallup had a background in consumer research. He accurately predicted that Franklin Roosevelt would defeat Alf Landon. The Digest had predicted a Landon victory. Gallup called that, too. He knew the Digest would miss the answer because he saw the flaw in their method. Remember how they got their mailing list from phone and auto records? People with landlines and cars tended to be older, more affluent, and more conservative. Therefore, the Digest results undercounted FDR supporters and overestimated support for Landon. Gallup got it right because he used a method from statistics called quota sampling. He said that sampling public opinion is like sampling soup. 1 spoonful can reflect the taste of the whole pot if the soup is well stirred. In other words, you don't have to survey every single voter. You just need to survey the right subgroups
You
of
just need to
voters.
stir the soup.
Gallup used beans to explain.
Democracy is like a soup,
his method.
exactly.
You've got a barrel of beans, millions of beans. Half of them are white beans and half of them are black beans. Now, count out 3,000 beans. Those beans are your sample. Write down what percentage of white beans you've got and what percentage of black beans you've got. And repeat the process 1,000 times. What you'll find is that 997 out of those 1,000 times, your sample will have the same makeup of beans as the whole barrel. So you'll have 50% white beans, 50% black beans. Well, roughly the same, within 3%. So
in every Gallup poll, we include people from all walks of life and in the right proportion. Farmers, skilled workers.
Wait, there's actually just a guy named Gallup? That sounds like a joke someone would
White-collar
make.
workers, business executives.
if you're trying to figure out which presidential candidate Americans prefer, you want your sample to be the American voting public in miniature. The sample is the key to the whole thing. So here's where the troubles start.
Gallup poll, named after Henry Gallup and George Poll.
Look at this chart. We just don't use landlines as much as we used to. More than 60% of us primarily use our cell phones. And this demographic tends to be younger, more diverse, and more liberal-leaning. The people who tend to still use landlines are older and more conservative. But if you don't get in touch with the people who mostly use their cell phones, you're going to throw off your sample in the same way the Digest did back in 1936. So can't we just call people on their cell phones?
I don't answer
It's not
my
so
cell
easy.
phone.
There's a law against auto-dialing.
If I don't know the number, I'm not answering it.
Cell phone numbers. It's from 1991, and it was supposed to protect us from invasive telemarketing practices. But opinion surveys were designed to be conducted over the phone using
just text
automated
me.
dialing.
Hello. This is a nationwide radio survey.
For cars extended warranty, I don't drive.
Were you listening to your radio just now?
No, I am not.
So owned.
Were you listening to your radio just now?
Why, yes, I am.
It can be twice as expensive to reach poll respondents on cell phones because you have to hire and pay real-life humans to dial the numbers. And whether we're talking landline or cell phone, there's a societal shift that's endangered Gallup's method. We've been trained by telemarketing and caller ID to screw.
The idea that a lot of the polls were fucked in 2016 just because people were like too ashamed to tell pollsters that they were voting for Trump is really funny.
Screen our calls. We just don't answer random numbers. That means low response rates. In the 1970s, a good response rate for a national poll was in the 80% range. Today, it's an abysmal 8%. That's bad news for polling because the smaller the sample size, the less accurate the poll. Pollsters can try to compensate for low response rates using weighting, but that's another place where things can go off the rails. Let's say you can't get any Hispanic millennial men to answer the phone and respond to your survey. You finally get this one guy, but demographically, you should have 3 times as many Hispanic millennial men, so you weight his answer 3 times. One guy standing in for the whole Hispanic millennial male population. And if he's enough of an outlier that he actually answered the phone, he could be an outlier in other ways, including his answers to the survey.
Trump supporters like answering their phones.
If we're just trying to measure preferences, opinion surveys offer valuable insight.
As an American, which do you think it's more important to do? Keep out of war ourselves, or help England win, even at the risk of war?
It's when we try to predict human behavior that we get into trouble. While it's easy to get people to tell you which candidate they prefer, it's a lot harder to predict who's actually going to get off the couch and go cast a ballot. Gallup himself had some notable misses.
On election night 1948, Republican campaign leader Herbert Brownell and a legion of newsmen continued to echo public opinion polls that said Thomas E. Dewey would be the next president of the United States.
We poll takers proved in 1948 that polls aren't infallible. But at the same time, we know that no better method has yet been found for measuring political trends.
Ironically, he didn't think predicting election outcomes was all that important. He only got into the election prediction game because he wanted to demonstrate the value of his main product, his opinion research surveys. What we're seeing today is it's harder to get a good sample thanks to changes in how we use the phone, and it's just as hard as it ever was to predict human behavior.
I see. Oh wait, I don't want
This pile of
Okay. Let's see what this is one thing. Lean toss up poll or federal model for Canada has -6 Liberal, +9 NDP. Oh yeah, I'll do Vsauce right after this. This is Canada. This is a map of Canada. Not liking this from Noreen Colbert with a Liberal. Okay, Montreal is a very liberal city. Yeah, I guess this should be a good result. Just the NDP of a bit more. Okay. It's chair time. Do chairs exist? I don't know. Metaphysics hours. I always worry with these types of like layman discussions that we're gonna get into the thing where it's like, well, Plato had this idea of the forms, and in that you have this. There's an idea of a chair that every chair represents.
Hey, Vsauce. Michael here. And here.
Because chair isn't really a good
Michael
example.
Here. Hey,
It's only
Vsauce.
forms.
What is here? What is there? What is there? What really exists? Do waves exist, or are there just things that are wavy? When does a piece of food stop being a piece of food and become me? Do chairs exist?
Oh, can I enable closed captioning for Twitch? Oh, okay, I'll definitely do that.
Ontology is the philosophy of existence, and chairs are what philosophers call ordinary objects. Ordinary objects are the plain old common sense things we deal with every day. Spoons, buckets, rocks, stuff like that. Their existence is as obvious as possible, but the more we try to suss out where they are, the more sus they become. First of all, sure, this could
Don't say it. Don't say it. Don't say it. Don't say it. God
all
damn it.
be a dream. Maybe we've all been hallucinating chairs all these years. Or this could be part of the simulated reality pumped into our brains while our bodies are harvested for energy. But underneath that skepticism, there's a deeper ontological question we need to answer first. Regardless of whether this spoon is made of real atoms or simulated atoms, is it really possible to be made of something? Take a look at these two things.
Oh, yeah.
As we all
Okay.
know, 2 minus 1 is 2.
We're getting into
There
numbers.
are two things here. There's an origami crane and a piece of paper. I'm just kidding, of course. There's just one thing. The crane and the paper are the same. But watch this.
Hey, Apples.
Where'd the crane go? If the paper and the crane were truly identical, they would share everything in common. But clearly, they don't. The paper can survive being unfolded, and the crane cannot.
Are we going into some hylomorphism? Some matter and form distinctions?
Also, I made the crane,
Maybe.
but I didn't make the paper. And the paper was around before
Oh,
the crane.
we both have a Pat emote. That rocks.
You know, for two
Shout out
things
to
that are-
Cuffles. Go follow them. How are you doing? Hi, thank you.
The same, they sure are different. This relationship is called constitution. Paper constitutes the crane. It's a one-to-one relationship. But there's another kind of being made of going on here too. This paper, for example, is made not of one other thing, but of sextillions of things. Fundamental subatomic particles, electrons and quarks, or strings, or physical and virtual fields. This many-to-one relationship
What is the physical and virtual fields in reference to?
is called composition. Philosophers call whatever it is that matter is ultimately composed of symbols. A symbol is a thing that, unlike a piece of paper, has no parts, no sub.
Well, I know it's physics, but like, what is the? Is it quantum field theory? Okay, I was just I'm not familiar with that. What's so fucking
substructure,
over?
not even a top or bottom. Now, it could be the case that there are no symbols, that there's just a never-ending chain of smaller and smaller substructure. Philosophers call such a
Vsauce is
reality
too sure.
a
Sorry,
gunky
that's fair.
universe. If structure never ends in the other direction and everything turns out to be part of something bigger with no final complete composite, that is known as a junky universe. Point is, believing ordinary objects exist and are made up of smaller things is quite common. It's called ontological reductionism. It's the position that wholes are nothing more than their parts. But our crane and our paper challenge that notion. It seems like being made of some things is different than just being those things. Let's agree on what it means to exist. Let's say that for something to exist is simply for there to be more than zero of it. So Pegasus exists if we mean, are there any winged horses in works of fiction and mythology? And Pegasus does not exist if we mean, are there any physical?
Oh yeah, I mean you can poke holes in all of this, but I think it's a pretty good
blood
overview.
winged horses that evolved on
But
Earth
you
through
can poke holes in any ontological
natural
argument.
selection. Okay, so if we can agree on that, then of course chairs exist.
Isn't this just the Kantian response to the ontological argument?
Mythology. And Pegasus does not exist if we mean,
yes.
Are there any
Sort of. I don't think it's explained, because his response is that existence is a predicate to other categories.
Any physical flesh and blood winged horses
Right.
that evolved on
Earth
through natural selection. Okay, so if we can agree on that, then of course chairs exist.
Because existence,
There's
yeah.
this one right here. I can see it, and I can feel it, and I can taste it. Yeah. Oh, yeah.
Oh.
It's kind of dry.
There are like 20 freaks watching that were just fucking elated. I'm not saying in my chat, I'm saying of the 2.8 million.
A little bit salty.
Is that a devious lick? I guess it is. I guess it is.
Dry and salty are what we call properties. Properties tell us what things are like. For example, this
No, I think that is basically the ontological argument.
slice of cheese is floppy. By noticing and sharing properties, we can let each other know what to expect from things. And we all more or less agree on what things there are. We give names to stuff, and if they catch on, we put them in dictionaries with the word noun next to them. But are all of these nouns an inventory of the universe, or an inventory of things we made?
Soapbox Hero, thank you for the
Let me
prime.
put it this way. Do islands exist? Well, it's in the dictionary, and a quick look around confirms that there are more than 0 islands. So, yes, islands exist. But what about in-cars? An in-car is a car that is in a garage. As a car leaves a garage, an in-car diminishes at the threshold until it collapses into non-existence. Later, an extremely similar in-car may emerge at the same threshold when the car returns.
I don't think cars are
Are
real.
there any cars in garages right now? Well, if so, then in-cars exist. But you might be thinking, that's not a thing. You just made that up. And it's silly. Being in a garage is just a property that a car can have. stop trying to make in-cars a thing. Okay, but first of all, I didn't make it up. Eli Hirsch did. And second of all, if you think in-cars aren't things, wait until you hear about islands.
Yeah.
An in-car might just be a relation between a car and a garage, but an island is just a relation.
There was a huge anti-vax People's Party rally outside the major hospital in the city. Jeez. That happened in Kingston, but it was only like 50 people, and there was a lot of counter-protesters. But I guess, yeah, your city is larger.
Between land
and also,
and
yeah, Kingston has a lot of just like lib students.
Some water. Now, of course,
Proportionally.
island might be a more useful concept than in-car, but does that make islands objectively more
That
real
sucks.
than in-cars? And what about trogs? A trog is an object whose parts are a tree and whatever dog is nearest. Here's a picture of one. Do you see the trog? This is its tree part and this is its dog part. You might be thinking, come on, how can that be a thing? The tree and the dog aren't even connected. Well, so what? These two pieces of fabric aren't connected, and yet they are a thing called a bikini. Now, sure, if we cut down this tree and burn it for warmth, we don't feel the need to apologize to what's left of the trog for destroying its tree part. But maybe we should? What if some extraterrestrials showed up and said they thought dogs and trees composed trogs? Would they be wrong? Could we convince them otherwise? Ontological realists believe that we could, that there really is a mind-independent answer to the question, what is there? People like Theodore Sider believe that the universe has joints and that we can cut up reality into objective, real things by finding them. Ontological anti-realists disagree. Their position is that what we think there is just one way to cut up reality. It's a good one for us and our needs, but it's not objectively more true than any other. So, who's right? Well, if these blocks compose a tower, what do they compose now? Just because we don't have a name for this doesn't necessarily mean I haven't accidentally built something. Does it? When do two or more things compose something else? Peter Van Inwagen calls this the special composition question. In Material Beings, he considers possible answers. Maybe things compose something only when they're in contact. Well, that's a good thought, but it doesn't explain how a bikini can be a thing, or why two books are still just two books when one is stacked on top of the other. You know, maybe a certain degree of fixation is required, or a melding. If a surgeon sewed us together and the skin healed with no seam and we shared the same blood supply, you know, even then, it would seem wrong to say that
Why was he so excited about that? Hold on.
A certain degree of fixation is required, or a melding. If a surgeon sewed us together and the skin healed with no seam and we shared the same blood supply.
What if not, Michael? I don't. Michael, you're scaring the hose. What are you doing?
You know, even then, it would seem wrong to say that we'd become some new kind of animal. There'd still just be me and you, but like stuck together. The philosophy of parts and wholes is called mereology, and mereological universalism is the belief that there is an answer to the special composition question. And the answer is this: any.
I would imagine that maybe that doesn't begin with it. I mean, it obviously doesn't begin with Aristotle. I guess Plato. Okay, that makes sense. Yeah. Yeah, I guess it's like the ancient Greeks cared a shit ton about parts and wholes. And then I guess it gets taken up in the 20th century by analytic philosophers. Okay.
Assortment of stuff, no matter how strange.
Yeah, I mean, no, I'm not gonna make that joke.
Or
Never mind.
scattered across
Never mind.
time and
you all made it. You all made
space
it.
composes a thing. Some pages compose these books, but I don't just have two books here. Oh no, there's also a third thing. Let's call it a took.
I wish there was a timestamp for it and it could be September 10th.
because its parts are 2 books. There is also something composed of my left ear, the northern third of every brown trout in England, and the Eiffel Tower. Just because it doesn't have a name and no one's ever talked about it before just shows a lack of interest on our part. To a universalist, eliminating some composites but not others is just too arbitrary. We may as well accept them all. Eliminativism is any belief that accepts some composites but eliminates others. Peter Van Inwagen, for example, believes that there are no ordinary objects. No chairs or shirts or shoes. Right here, there are just some simples, atoms or whatever, arranged shoe-wise. There isn't something else here called a shoe. But he thinks that because people believe that they themselves exist, and he can't see how something could believe it existed without existing in the first place to even think that, there must be people. He goes further, though, to argue that all living things exist. While admitting he doesn't have any knockdown arguments in their favor, he mentions that because simples that are part of a living organism maintain the organism, while shedding some members and gaining others, all while remaining individuated from other organisms, unlike, say, waves of water at the moment of collision, clearly, simples in the act of a life must compose something. That position is called organicism. It's been called the belief that people exist, but none of them wear clothes. Mereological nihilism is less generous. It's the belief that there are no trogs or in-cars or dogs or trees, because nothing ever composes. Now, the nihilist does not believe that there is nothing here. There are lots of simples. But that
I wonder if that's like, is mereological nihilism the belief that nothing ever composes, or that nothing ever composes without us? Like that it is a subject in the Aristotelian sense? Or not in the Aristotelian sense.
Now that might sound puzzling. How can a bunch of fundamental particles arranged into atoms
the girl you met at a climbing gym? Nice. That's a dub.
And molecules that are arranged like this not be a chair? I mean, that's just what a chair is. Well, good question. Let's call that deflationism, the belief that this is all silly and that all these positions are just talking past one another. I mean,
what does it mean when someone says their Jordans are fake? Well, I feel like we have to develop a sort of a capitalist ontology of reality based upon sign value.
They all agree on what reality contains. They all believe that there are simples here and that those simples are arranged into a chair shape.
Yeah, what does it mean? It means you're poor as fuck.
And since that's just what a chair is, they all believe in chairs. Those who say they don't are just being weird and contrarian. Deflationism has many supporters, and it truly is the heart of our issue today. But to address it, we should first see why it would be nice if all these parts did not form a chair. Let's begin with overdetermination. If chairs really do exist, shouldn't they be able to interact with us? The thing is, though, everything this alleged chair can do can be described by referencing the behavior of simples here and any other simples that happen to come along. An account of the activities of every atom in this room leaves nothing for the chair to explain. Composites are causally redundant. Believing in chairs is like believing that, while yes, the burning gas from my stove completely describes why the water in the pot boils, there's also a magical invisible substance called boilo that comes out of my stove and does the same thing as the flame at the same time, and if there was no boilo, the flame would warm the water just the same, but there is boilo. Chairs are no more real than boilo. Composites overdetermine what happens in the world.
I think they're real.
They also lead to overcounting. For more on that, let's say hello to this video's sponsor. Hi, I'm Michael Stevens. You may know me from such films as Lady Gaga, Judas Parody, Key of Awesome No. 42, and the Emoji Movie. But today, I'm here to talk to you about the Curiosity
Was he in the fucking Emoji Movie?
Box. This season, our subscribers will be receiving many things, including a shirt celebrating the Sherman line, a kit to find out what kind of bacteria grows on you.
I don't know if this is a bit.
That celebrates the average color of Neptune. And yes, also Uranus. And the first ever at-home demonstration of impossible
tell if
colors.
this is a bit.
And right now, if you subscribe,
No, it is real. It is real. Damn.
air contains, say, 100 sextillion atoms, then there are actually at least 100 sextillion and one things here. All of the atoms and also the chair. That seems wrong. But wait, there's more.
That's a clip.
That seems wrong. But wait, there's more.
That's great. That's
if I take a knife and scrape off a tiny part of this chair, is it still a chair? I think most of us would say that yes, it is still a chair, and it would still be a chair even if I removed a tiny bit again and again. A series of tiny, innocuous removals is called a Sorites sequence. The trouble they cause is that while it seems we must accept that each individual step doesn't annihilate the chair, clearly enough minute removals will eventually leave us with no chair. Nothing at all, in fact. But how can that be? How can subtracting 0 over and over again ever give a different result? Well, clearly, there must be a point at which a tiny change does make a difference. Now, different people might give different answers as to where that line is, but, we could just stipulate the boundaries. We could define chair in some extremely precise way. If we did that, if we defined the shape, function, and history that makes something a chair so precisely that even the smallest deviation could make or break its status as a chair, how could we know if we'd done it right? If we called up God and said, hey, dude, watch this. Okay, see this chair? Well, okay, now we're gonna remove a single atom from it.
It is also, I will have to say, it's funny, the more ancient stuff I read, the more I realize that all philosophy is just like disagreements between the ancients, but just like made into a contemporary context.
Ta-da! It's no longer a chair, is it? Would God be like, correct. You guys nailed it. That is exactly right. It was a chair before, and now, in my infinite wisdom, I can confirm that that single atom was exactly what made the difference. Unless there's some explanation for why a boundary should be drawn in a precise way instead of some other way, our stipulations are just arbitrary. Ordinary objects may be unredeemably vague. But being vague may actually be a feature of ordinary objects. For example, how many people is a crowd? 10 people standing together in a huge empty park might be more of like a group, but 10 people standing further apart in a tiny waiting room will feel...
That's a great question. Was my luggage a chair when I had my first stream in this apartment?
Way more crowded. The fact that our terms depend on context, that they're plastic, makes it seem less and less like they're describing things and more like they're pragmatic, that rather than telling us what there is, they tell us what to expect. Peter Unger has pointed out that there's at least one kind of thing that can survive a Sorites sequence without paradox. Stuff. If you innocuously remove tiny pieces from something that is just some stuff, you will still have some stuff after each step until you reach a clear and unambiguous boundary. When the last piece is removed, there will no longer...
Isn't this linguistics? Always has been.
...be any stuff. This might show that there are composite objects. Stuff. As soon as we pretend that some stuff is a thing, though, vagueness sets in. Suddenly, we're talking about a thing that can lose parts but also can't lose parts, and unless contradictions can exist, Words like chair just don't really refer to anything in the universe. Sorites sequences lead to other problems too, like the problem of the many. If removing a tiny number of atoms from this chair leaves me with a chair, well, how many chairs are here? Like, okay, there's this one, but then there's also this one, which is really similar to the first, but it doesn't have these atoms on top of it. You know, I don't have to remove atoms for this to be a problem. All I have to do is try to define which atoms here are part of the chair and which aren't. At the atomic level, there isn't a definite boundary. Near the edge, it will be hard to tell whether a particular molecule is part of the moisture in the chair or part of the ambient humidity. Instead of there being a single chair here, it seems like really there are billions and billions of candidates for the chair. Which one is the chair? But now, suppose that instead of removing pieces, like in a Sorites sequence, or choosing pieces, like in the problem of the many, we instead discard pieces and replace them with new, similar pieces. This is the setup to the famous Ship of Theseus paradox. Suppose I buy a boat and name it Theseus. Over time, parts of the boat wear out, and I replace them with brand new parts. After, say, 10 years, well, I might realize that not a single part of my boat was part of the boat on the day I bought it. Do I now own a different boat? Have I owned two boats? But now suppose that someone has been following me around all these years and has been picking up each old part I throw out and storing them away in a warehouse. After I've replaced all the original parts, they take them and join them back the way they were 10 years ago. Which boat is Theseus? Both? If we conclude that ordinary objects don't exist, the problems of Sorites, the many, Theseus, overdetermination, and overcounting all evaporate. If there are only simples and they never compose anything, then which one is the ship of Theseus?
You obviously have to deal with the problems of underdetermination.
Is easy to answer. Neither.
Which is like that's not how we don't view the world in this way. Right? It's not an intuitive way.
Neither are the boat, and nothing ever was the boat. All that happened was that some simple...
Because obviously, like, that's not true. There was a boat. You telling me I don't have a fucking boat? It's got a license. I go around. I chill in the fucking Mediterranean. I catch fish. What do you mean?
Got moved around. The simples the scavenger has are the simples...
I'm connecting a member of the Central Committee of the Canadian Mouse right now to declare protracted People's War against Michael Vsauce. Thank you.
I possessed when I bought the boat.
We need this.
But there's no mystery of persistence. Removing or exchanging a piece of stuff never left me with the same stuff. There's also no mystery as to which of the billions of chair candidates here is the chair. And the removal of no specific atoms will ever stop it from being a chair, because there is no chair here. And there never was. There are only simples arranged chair-wise. The illusion that there are composites that can survive changes in their parts is an artifact of our minds. It's a helpful one that allows us to track certain properties and ignore others, but when taken seriously, it obviously is not really how the universe works. And that's okay. We shouldn't be embarrassed when we talk about boats or chairs. Our words for ordinary objects really do refer to actual phenomena, and therefore are more correct than believing that, say, the sun turned into a black hole yesterday. Unlike the false statement that chairs exist, there is no evidence that saying the sun turned into a black hole yesterday could even be incorrectly describing. Because of this, Trenton Merricks calls the belief in ordinary objects false, but nearly as good as true. This is all silly though, right? I mean, of course there are chairs. If you believe that there are some simples arranged chair-wise, then you admit there's a chair, because that just is what a chair is. It's not some additional thing over and above these simples.
Because hylomorphism sort of solves that. The idea that there is like the form of a chair, which to simplify would be like basically its shape, how it's arranged, how it relates to an individual, how it's caused, and what it's used for, I guess. And then there's the matter of the chair. And then the matter of the chair can change and alter, and as soon as it's altered to the extent that it can't be the form of a chair, then it's, the matter stays the same, but the form is different. The best way of thinking about that is a circle, for instance, like very, very basic Euclidean geometry of like, you can make a circle out of a bunch of things, and then there's a very clear form and matter, and if you change that matter in some way, you change the form of the thing.
It just is them. Each is still an atom or electron or whatever, but together they are a chair. Well, not so fast there, chair lover. What do you mean a chair is simples arranged chairwise? The phrase simples arranged chairwise just picks out these simples. There's nothing else for that phrase to refer to. There aren't these simples and then also some other simples that are the simples arranged chairwise. So do you mean that chair is a disguised plural? That it refers to lots of things, just like the phrase these books? Because these books only commits us to the existence of this book and this book, but not an additional object that's called a these books. Likewise, if chair just means this simple and that simple, well then it points to a whole bunch of things, and not one of them is a chair. Sure, chairs exist if by chair we mean a word for all these simples, but if by chair we mean an actual object in the universe, there just aren't any, my friend. Except maybe there is no chair over and above the simples, but instead, something happens when an assortment of simples are arranged into a chair shape. Each member continues to be a single atom or whatever, but collectively, they all simultaneously become one thing, a chair. Okay, so then either there's no chair here, just simples, or somehow a
you don't need those. There are many other ways of viewing it other than that distinction.
Miraculous contradiction has appeared. Many things, and also one thing, that despite both clearly differing in that respect, are still identical. It looks like chairs cannot be identical to the parts they're supposedly composed of, but chairs also can't be different from their composite parts because there's nothing else there. And after counting and accounting for their parts, there's nothing left for the existence of a chair to cause or explain. To rescue...
Yeah, I mean, this is a very... I think it's a good intro. Because I think people think more in relation to, like, STEM stuff about these types of things anyways.
Chairs from non-existence, we need to find a way to show that a chair is independent of its atoms, and therefore distinct from them, but not so distinct that it's impossibly over and above them. We need to find a way to make chairs ontologically innocent, to have our cake and not have it too. Amy Thomason does this in a very clever way. She points out that if I ask you, hey, is there anything in the fridge? And you look inside and see that it's empty and say, there's nothing in it, it would be weird if I came over, looked inside myself, found a single eyelash in the corner and said, excuse me, what is this? You said there was no thing in the fridge, but there was an eyelash. And gosh dang it, the whole thing is actually full of air. Now that would be weird because when I asked if there was anything in the fridge, it was implied that I meant anything to eat. By arguing that the empty fridge is not really empty, I was using the word thing in what Thomason calls a neutral sense. I used it to mean any and all entities that could possibly be described. But you took me to be using thing in what she calls a sortal sense. A sortal is a term that tells us what a thing is in a way that allows us to count how many there are and know when there is or isn't one. Water is not a sortal. If I told you there was water in my basement and you asked, how many waters? I'd have to use a sortal to answer you. For example, gallons of water. Thomason argues that the neutral use of thing is meaningless when used to ask questions. For example, if I used thing in a neutral sense and asked how many...
you sort of in a certain sense that's backing yourself into a corner, though. It's admitting that there's a certain element of life that like metaphysics is just not going to deal with.
The orange things are in this video, you would have no idea how I wanted you to carve it all up. Thus, there would be no single correct.
Or that certain elements of it are imprecise and not valuable in themselves and have to be sort of simplified, clarified.
Answer. You might say,
as opposed to being able to mean
one
something
orange
separately.
thing, your shirt? But then I could say, what? No, there's my left sleeve, my right sleeve, the inside of the shirt, the outside of the shirt. Come on, there's way more than one. Unless we use sortals, any search for what things there are will end in confusion. Not because there are no things, but because it hasn't been made clear what conditions to apply when searching. For Thomason, this means that what we find depends on what application conditions we use. If I ask if there's anything here that the condition smaller than a molecule applies to, you could note each such thing and give me an inventory. Chair would not be on that list. But if I asked you if there were any medium-sized, rigid according to human strength things here, chair would probably go on your list, and no single atom would. If an application condition is satisfied in the world, then the thing it describes exists.
In the world.
So, chairs do exist. If the application conditions for one thing are also sufficient for something else, then if we find the first thing, we have found the other, because its existence is entailed, analytically, by the existence of the first thing, that is, by meaning and logic alone. For example, if I say that I live in a house, you can conclude, without looking, that I live in a building. There's no paradox here. I don't live in a house and a building, two distinct things that defy the laws of physics by being co-located. Instead, the conditions that apply to a house are also sufficient for a building. So, a single chair is not impossibly identical to some collection of many, nor is it somehow over and above its parts. Instead, atoms arranged chairwise merely logically entail a chair. The entailment connects things differentiated by distinct application conditions. When we ask, which one is the ship of Theseus? A puzzle erupts because we're being too neutral. We need to say what we mean by ship of Theseus. If we mean the original parts, then this is it. Do we mean the thing registered to me by the boat authorities? Well, then it's this one. But which is the real one is an incomplete pseudo question. When it comes to Sorites sequences, I think we need to just stipulate where the boundary is. I don't think there's an objective answer provided by the universe or God as to what exactly is and is not a chair. But that doesn't have to mean that there aren't any chairs. It can just mean that every single collection of symbols is its own unique object, independent of our minds, and that we get to decide which to call chairs. Vagueness comes from our minds and our language, but there are no vague objects in the universe. We don't have to believe that our reality is simulated, but I do think we have to believe that it's stipulated. It is a reality that contains not what intelligent machines have decided to give us, but what we have decided we have. There's no fact of the matter as to whether calling this a star is the true way to carve up this stuff. It's a pretty useful way to do it and helpful for at least human purposes, but star is a thing we imposed on the world. As Michael Jubian puts it, there are no things, but as a consequence, there are as many things as we like. Now, as for the problem of the many, we can simply just admit that there really are billions of slightly different chairs here. Some include a few boundary atoms that others don't, but since they all act and react pretty much in unison, in our daily lives, it just doesn't matter which exact material collection we mean when we say this chair. However, let's go back to our cranes. When we talked about holes, we said that holes might be ontologically parasitic, that their existence seems to require the existence of something else, something that can host the hole. Perhaps...
Don't say it, chat. I know what you're fucking thinking. We're all thinking it.
Our crane is wholly too. Not a physical thing in its own right, but a disturbance in some paper. There is no material crane here, there's only some paper arranged crane-wise. But once we start entertaining that notion, we realize that nearly everything we see and feel, all ordinary objects and even ourselves, are ontological parasites. Michael Jubian calls our tendency to think that what is true of a chair is true of the material that is chairing object fixation or property repression. Object fixation is useful and nearly as good as true, but when paradoxes loom, we should remember that while chairs do exist, they are not made out of matter and cannot be touched or felt or tasted. All I can do is taste some stuff while it chairs. If it looks like a duck, swims like a duck, and quacks like a duck, then it's not a duck, but it is arranged duck-wise. I think that the only concrete physical things in our universe...
Spinoza's notion of identity is also much easier than this.
...are symbols. Or,
there's one sort of substance.
Since our universe could be gunky, the material world only contains stuff. And yes, this stuff is chairing. But the road paved by the idea that that makes this stuff a chair leads to paradox. To see how we could have made that mistake, let's remember the famous Clintonian dictum that often it depends on what the meaning of is.
Facts.
There's the is of predication, which tells us what something is like, as in, this cheese is floppy. And then there's the is of identity, which tells us what is the same as what. For example, 2 + 2 is 4. To believe that chairs are made of matter, to believe that you are made of matter, is to confuse these two ises. When a collection of properties are extremely thorough in telling us what to expect from some stuff, we tend to just go ahead and noun them, collapse them into a single word, and believe it doesn't just describe some stuff, but refers to it. I think we have an intuitive sense of the thoroughness of properties, and this can be seen in how we order our adjectives. Big can mean many things. A big diamond and a big house are very different.
Degenerate is a good noun. That's a good thing for the Serbs. Am I right, folks?
In size. Blue tells me a bit more about what to expect, but cheeseburger, oh, that's specific. So specific, in fact, that we call it a noun. The increasing thoroughness may be partly responsible for the fact that big blue cheeseburger sounds fine, but blue big cheeseburger sounds kind of weird. When we embrace the idea that cheeseburgers are not physical objects, but instead exist as an abstract set of properties like juicy, warm, soft, and so on, the specter of ontological paradox dissipates. You and I are not physical objects either. Michaeline is a bunch of different properties, and most of them are very vague. They include things like knowing who Kevin is, being more or less a certain height, having a roughly continuous relationship with the stuff that was Michaeline yesterday. Now, some of what it means to Michael does concern composition, like the fact that I will still exist even if I shave off the stuff I call my beard. If I shaved off my beard, there would still be some stuff Michaeline, but it would be different stuff than it was before. We are able to lose parts and change and grow because we are not made of matter. We are hosted by matter. As Alan Watts would say, the universe doesn't contain people, the universe peoples. Chairs and tables and rocks and buckets and people are not made of atoms. They are performed by atoms.
Is this what led to the chair meme? I actually don't fucking know. There's something really weird on TikTok where the chair emoji is like a laughing emoji. I don't fucking know why. I don't understand. I'm living, yes. in multiple senses in this system, I guess.
We are disturbances in stuff, and none of it is us. This stuff right here is not me. It's just meing. We are not the universe seeing itself. We are the seeing. I am not a thing that dies and becomes scattered. I am death, and I am the scattering. And as always, thanks for watching.
I didn't follow the end there with whatever system he was going forward, but that was like pretty good, I think, for like a. Okay. I'm gonna call it here, but before I go, let me play this again. You can't see the thing, so you can't access. To access it, you have to $2 a month. It's a new video I made. I'll play the first 10 minutes. It's ContraPoints in Nietzsche, why Twitter is bad for you. It's related to envy. It's an hour long, and it'll be out for the general public in a week. Patreon.com/LivVega for it, and I will.
Anyone who has participated in the torment of online leftist discourse can understand the sentiment that we are all Nietzscheans now. Just as Reagan reluctantly embraced the lessons of left-leaning Keynes, so too must leftists embrace the works of Nietzsche the aristocrat in relation to the general left Twitter desire to funnel all of one's anger and disappointment into simply getting mad at other leftists on Twitter. But which Nietzsche should one embrace? Those uninitiated with the more generative aspects of Nietzsche's work may be anxious to hear a supposed leftist speak positively of a man who despised democracy and egalitarianism as slave morality and ressentiment, and even referred to the socialist movements of his own day as being led by a herd mentality. But it is instead within Nietzsche's scorn for the social institutions of his time that caused those around him to punish overzealously and feel a guilt that denied them the capacity to truly live that we must pay closer attention to Nietzsche. This question, of exactly what within Nietzsche is worth listening to, was heavily investigated in a recent and controversial video produced by breadtuber ContraPoints. In Envy, Natalie goes over the potential psychosocial factors that may lead someone online to be so envious of another online persona's success that they actively wished that person's downfall. It appears to me that the most strikingly insightful aspect of Natalie's video was the way in which she highlighted how unproductive much of the anger thrown around by many online leftists, and more generally by those who are members of the disaffected class, is. In the example of Twitter reveling in the suffering of rich kids at the failed Fire Festival, Natalie says,
You know, maybe millennials couldn't get Bernie Sanders elected, but at least those sandwiches were garbage.
She further explicates what I think is a correct worry of a particular manifest.
This is it's on early release for Patreon, $2 a month, and then I'm releasing it in a week. So I'm going to show you the first 10 minutes. Oh no, it's Livermectin. Oh no. And then you
station of egalitarian politics, not aimed upon solidarity and creating a better future, but instead upon envy.
But in general, I'm suspicious of envy as a motivation for politics. Because remember, the basic logic of envy is, if I can't have it, then no one can. Which is a purely negative, destructive style of thinking. And that's even worse when you consider that envy is subjective. It doesn't necessarily target objective power and privilege. So envy in politics is not by any means relegated to the left.
I think this is a perfectly salient analysis of unspecifically anti-establishment politics. Just because a group of individuals ostensibly aspires to destroy the elite does not make it a generative political movement that can meaningfully create new avenues of change for the future. This reminds me of a piece by Alain Badiou written on the Gilets jaunes, or the Yellow Vest movement of France, where he says precisely this. An old adage states that not everything that moves ahead is red. Tout ce qui bouge n'est pas rouge. And for now, there is no sign of red in the Yellow Vest movement, which moves all right. Aside from yellow, I only see the tricolore, which is always rather suspect in mes yeux. I'm sorry for French people for doing that.
I'm not sorry. That's what the French deserve. That was a perfect accent. I nailed it.
Get into later, This is the distinction between a movement or tendency that simply moves towards destruction and one which destroys or critiques the established order for the sake of creation, or what Nietzsche considers the distinction between active and passive nihilism. Another example in which envy harms social movements that Natalie rightfully brings up is Jo Freeman's account of her experiences in American feminist movements. Natalie quotes from Freeman's book, Trashing the Dark Side of Sisterhood.
The primary reason there have been so few great women blank is not merely that greatness has been undeveloped or unrecognized, but that women exhibiting potential for achievement are punished by both women and men. The fear of success is quite rational when one knows that the consequence of achievement is hostility and not praise.
She then moves this analysis towards Twitter, and more specifically, trans Twitter. Envy, as a social phenomenon, often does not target those who are most privileged, as those people are not in any way close to those who are envious. Instead, it is those who achieve success within the proximity of the ire that activates this vice. Look, do I think some of the things Natalie said on Twitter are cringe? Absolutely. Do I think that Twitter, and more specifically trans Twitter, responded in any way which was proportional to the potential harm of the things she said? I mean, absolutely not. This is to the degree in which, I don't even feel comfortable talking about some of the wretched things that trans people did to her as a response to her problematic tweets.
It was so fucking bad, dude. I don't know if anyone was on Twitter at that point. It was wild. And one of the things that did infuriate me was where a lot of the more visceral elements were trans people would see, who are anti-contra, would see it and be like, oh, I guess this is the transphobes have attached to this now. And it's it was very clearly instances in which that was not the case.
Ironically, most of the opinions that Natalie has had that I've disagreed more harshly with, all offline of course, because I would never engage in the discourse, seems to have actively been because of all of her cancellations. This helps indicate, to me, that these cancellations and the broader Twitter discourses actually make things worse, if anything. This reminds me of a recent thread posted by Q, formerly known as Andre, who tweeted out, "Has anyone scolded on this website to do better actually done better?" I don't mean, has anyone who's been scolded on here actually had a positive character arc? I mean, have they specifically been told, do better, and their whole trajectory changed after that? To which notable Twitch streamer and property owner Hasanabi responded, "I only get worse, TBH." This is a sentiment.
Someone made this. One of my friends just made background music for this.
That I totally understand, especially seeing the ridiculous discourse around Tassan recently. I've seen, for instance, some reasonable left content creator who I was fond of go down what I can only describe as...
one of my other friends did the editing. I'm paying both of them. As a good communist.
Deep end as a result of ridiculous, vitriolic criticism from people on left Twitter. This is absolutely a subtweet, or is a sub YouTube video. I'm not used to doing subliminals through video form, but I'm trying to make it general enough that it can be applied to so many potential people that you will never know who I'm talking about. I mean, look, there's a reason I'm off Twitter. I haven't faced anything nearly as bad as Natalie, but any bigger account on there, especially a trans account,
it's
necessarily...
you. No, it's not. That is not. Yeah. that. Actually, could you? I feel it's no. It's no one. It's no one that I'm friends with.
Receive visceral harassment, and I don't mean
it's Malang. That's so true. Yeah, Malang's tweets really fell off when he got Twitter hate.
Harassment by transphobes. Funny enough, I can tolerate that. It's the harassment by other trans people that was magnitudes more harmful to my mental well-being. As you will see later, a primary aspect of ressentiment is a disproportionately harsh desire to punish those who are deemed evil for the sake of moral righteousness. But the main question I will be interrogating in this video is exactly why that ressentiment is present. I personally do not think that Natalie does the question justice, and I especially don't think her reading of Nietzsche does it justice.
Actually, I'll play a bit. I'll get to the 10-minute mark, and then you have to.
Before I go too in depth with the general problems I have with Natalie's reading of Nietzsche, and more generally how my own left-wing Nietzscheanism, inspired by Deleuze, goes against much of what Natalie says in the video, I will have to go over the notion of will to power, ressentiment, and bad conscience. The will to power for Nietzsche is the essential life force that drives all living beings towards excellence. It is a blade of grass cutting through concrete. It is Genghis Khan tearing across the steppes. It is a painter coloring in a canvas. It is me writing and creating this video about ContraPoints. All that these different things have in common is that they are a life force of some sort attempting to exert
will
themselves
to power is
onto
just
the
being
world.
a sigma.
A life force which is unable to exert their will to power becomes unhealthy. Just as, a blade of grass that gets no sun wilts over. Or a human being who is denied a meaningful creative outlet may become physically as well as mentally depressed. It is certainly clear that the will to power, under Nietzsche, is a phenomenon in which encompasses acts of force and strength towards the domination of others. This is what is evoked fairly naturally in its name. But Nietzsche is quick to highlight how the will to power is not only seen in these acts of domination, but, as I've highlighted, in the creative or even compassionate moral acts that an individual might take.
What big words did I use? I guess
which
I guess they're technical terms.
I will of course say in the most pretentiously possible French way, was covered quite extensively in Contra's video.
So the question is, what happens psychologically to people who are oppressed and who lack the power to overthrow the oppressor? Well, in that case, frustrated vindictiveness builds over time to become this deep bitterness, which Nietzsche gave the French name ressentiment, resentment in English. Resentment is born not just of wanting what someone has, but of a permanent frustration of the desire for revenge.
Ressentiment is an expression of a hatred towards others who are attempting to express a will to power that does not fit within one's own objective moral standards. A tangentially similar phenomenon to ressentiment, which Natalie doesn't talk about, is bad conscience, which is the same hatred but projected inwards. One with a bad conscience subsequently feels guilt for attempting to be driven towards particular drives that are attempting to be satiated within themselves that go against this objective morality that they have. But this is no good, as to satiate these desires for the will to power is to live healthily. Again, imagine if a blade of grass felt guilty for growing through concrete. It would not survive. As I'll get into later, both bad conscience and ressentiment are explicitly religious, but then are later secularized. For bad conscience, we can think of a Catholic being guilty of feeling sexual desire for someone who is not their spouse. And a secularized version of this being a woman who internalizes, slut-shaming. Ethical, consensual sexual engagements are, of course, great. This is a pro-fucking channel. Any of you anti-fuckers, get out of here. And
so yeah, you have to, if you want to watch the rest, $2 a month, or wait a week. Yeah, also there's my YouTube. It'll be out here in a week. I'm glad you liked the music. One of my friends made it for this. Okay. Thank you all for tuning in. Go to the Patreon or whatever. And I'll see you all on Wednesday, right? Wait, no, yeah. Or no, I'll stream on Monday, I guess, because there's a fucking election. Is that dang election? Who's streaming? Who's live? Have a great weekend, everybody. That was our April. What is it? Alright, goodbye. Go to Patreon, patreon.com/thevagar. See everybody.
Power, strength.
Thank you, Samuel, for the Patreon.
Let's go, baby.
Alright, goodbye.